Chapter 150, Darklight City Academy. That will be all for this lecture on how to overcome the limits of your affinity. Are there any questions? Elaine scanned the lecture hall for any raised hands or confused faces, but all she got back were bored looks or lecherous stares. She stood on a raised wooden platform surrounded by rows of benches curved around the circular lecture hall. This was so all students, no matter where they sat, could get a good view of her and the wall behind her that was painted in a thin sheen of low-grade spirit stones so she could draw and write things with her chi. Written on the silvery wall in glowing black lines were the fundamental truths that her uncle had taught her, and since she was relatively familiar with this topic due to her own research in an adjacent field, she decided to memorize her uncle's left-behind lecture notes and give the talk today. A small sigh escaped her lips. The students had come from far and wide across the Blood Lotus sect to attend this academy. Most were from noble families, but a few mortals that awakened their spirit roots were sprinkled here and there in their little clusters. They were easy to spot due to their lack of majestic robes and fingers weighed down by golden spatial rings. Without a noble family to provide the cultivation resources and facilities needed to advance, these cultivators raised by mortals had to spend every golden crown they could work for on those resources that the nobles got for free. Elaine would pity them if not for their and everyone else's utter lack of interest in her lecture. She knew she was partly to blame as she had never been the best at public speaking. However, she wasn't the sole reason for their disregard, as it was also known throughout the sect that Darklight Academy was where the talentless, delinquents and descendants from side branches came to study. Why would anyone willingly attend Darklight City's academy when Slimer was a quick airship ride away? Darklight was known for its mining and farming industries. In contrast, Slimer was known for its creative sector and top-tier academy attended by all noble families, including the Nitros family. Comparing the two was like night and day. Seriously, no questions. Elaine glanced at the top row, wholly occupied by those from the Redclaw family. Unmistakable due to their crimson hair, dark red robes, and similar features. Even they seemed a little bored, which hurt Elaine's pride a tad. It's not my fault that Uncle is gone, and you're stuck with me. I wonder how the Redclaw's attitude would change if they knew I was with the Ashfallen sect. That's a funny thought. With nobody engaged or asking questions, Elaine checked her internal clock. Chi followed the will of the realm, so it was easy to estimate the time by checking the density of various chi types floating around, such as light. Around half an hour before midday. If I end the lecture early, I could stop by the study on the way to the dining hall to meet Douglas. Elaine touched the silvery wall behind her and pulled the chi back into her soul core. It was teacher etiquette to remove one's chi from the spirit stone wall, and there was no way Elaine would waste the precious void chi she had managed to accumulate by leaving it here. Well, since nobody has any questions, I shall end this lecture a little earlier than planned. Have a good day, everyone. Oh, and don't forget about the alchemy tournament happening in 2 days. Everyone from the academy is allowed free entry. Elaine's words were drowned out by the sudden chorus of students standing up and gathering their things before leaving the room. Only a few cultivators, mainly from the Redclaw family, gave her a short nod as they walked out. As the regent's ruling family, they had been told by their elders to respect the teachers at the academy. With another sigh, Elaine gave the now empty lecture hall a quick glance to make sure nothing was left behind, and then she followed the tail end of the students down the corridor. Her mind wandered as she walked alone through the hallways. Ugh, what do I do about Douglas? He is handsome and kind, but I thought I would end up with a bookworm like me rather than someone from the Terraforge family. Elaine frowned as she imagined her father's face if she told him she had almost slept with someone from the Terraforge family. Raised as a scion of the Void Mind family, Elaine had been taught that the Terraforge family were no better than the beasts that howl beyond the walls. Why should I care what my family thinks anyway? They abandoned me, so I owe them nothing. But I do have to admit Douglas is rather rough around the edges, with a very down-to-earth personality. But it was nowhere near as bad as the stigma her father had drilled into her head. Should I just commit to the relationship and stop leading him on? We already slept in the same bed, so the jump to the next step feels a little easier, but still, I want to take things slowly to make sure he is the one for me. My world has been flipped upside down since that fateful night when Diana pressed a dagger to my neck, and it's taking some time for me to readjust to the absurdities of the Ashfallen sect. Elaine rounded a corner. Her eyes followed the floor as she mulled over her thoughts. However, her brain recognized the changing floor pattern to mean she had entered the teacher's area. So she glanced up and was taken aback when she saw someone leaving her study. Even worse, it was a man with an all too familiar silhouette. She only caught a brief glimpse of Dante shutting the door behind him before he used Void Step to vanish. The runes engraved in the walls and doors of the corridor flashed with power as they attempted to suppress the influx of chi, but there was very little in this world that could stop Void Step, the famed movement technique of House Voidmind. He shouldn't have detected me coming because of the runes in the walls. Did I catch him leaving because I ended my lecture early? What the hell was he doing in my study? Technically it was a joint study between Uncle and her. And it wouldn't be peculiar for the scion of the Void Mind family to enter a study run by his elder and sister, but it still struck her as odd. Elaine approached the study's door with bated breaths. The bland wooden door looked normal, like always. It clicked open when she inserted her chi, and the insides looked as disorderly as ever. The central desk was still covered in parchments. What could he possibly want from here? Elaine tapped her chin as she walked around. Every shadow or corner she passed made her heart race. She knew deep down that Dante wouldn't directly harm her, but that didn't mean she wasn't a little terrified. What if he discovered her secret and tried to force her to tell him about it? The oath would kill her before he could. We did plan to have our next meetings here. Should I tell Douglas to move them someplace else? With the tournament so close and all the noble families arriving today, she saw little need for more meetings, so maybe she could just tell Douglas to call them off. The stage was already set, and they all knew chaos was on the horizon. I do want to figure out the real reason Dante is here. His nonsense about overtaking Darklight City doesn't make sense. Why would the scion of House Voidmind, one of the most powerful and influential families, deem it necessary to overtake Darklight City? A backwater mining city with little going for it? Elaine wasn't buying it, but she couldn't find a way to get to the truth without confronting Dante about it, and that was an interaction she wasn't eager to participate in. There were many ways to die in this ruthless world, but asking too many questions was one of the best to find a sword through one's back. Elaine sighed as she left the lecture notes on the desk and ran a hand through her silky hair. What was she to do? Why was everything so stressful now? I must be careful what I say here. There's a chance Dante left a recording artifact. Should I still go to see Douglas now and confront him about our relationship? Or should I head back to the mansion and confront my brother? She found herself pacing the messy room. All that lay before her were twisted paths without clear results, something she hated. Just relax, Elaine. The Ashfallen sect knows of Dante's invasion and should be able to handle any other nonsense he's got hidden up his sleeve. She stopped her pacing and glanced out the window. I should get a move on. Douglas is likely waiting for me. Not enjoying the soup? Douglas looked at her with those warm brown eyes. Elaine just stared and got lost in them. Her mind told her this was illogical and that she was only enthralled with him due to the circumstances surrounding their meeting. Yet after a few days apart and spending them alone meditating in the void chamber or reading research notes, she felt the same warmth she had the first time they met. Perhaps I'm really in love. Is there something on my face? Douglas started licking his lips as if trying to remove non-existent food from his stubble. No, I was just enjoying the view. Elaine smiled, glanced away, and decided to hide her shamefulness by dipping bread in her soup. Douglas snorted, bold today, are we? Perhaps. Elaine tapped his shin under the table with her foot, but wait till after the big day. Telling Douglas to wait until after the tournament to avoid blowing their cover had been her tactic to delay things so she could get a better feeling for the relationship. She was now more sure than ever that this was a relationship she wanted to pursue after spending time apart. The problem was she had zero experience in dating as she had been moved out of the family before she could be used as a marriage pawn. This lack of experience had been fine when she felt her life was at risk if she didn't latch onto Douglas. But now it was different. She could approach it with a calm mind, and that just made it all the more stressful. Stop teasing me then, Douglas grumbled. Elaine continued smiling, lost in her own little world. Idolatry daily sign in system. Day 3529. Daily credit 2. Sacrifice credit 0. Sign in. Ashlock awoke to his system notifying him that yet another day had passed. Honestly, the last 2 days had been rather dull. Isn't the meal at the immortal gourmet pavilion happening tonight? Ashlock slurred to himself as his mind kicked into gear. Other than watching the various noble families arriving, he had spent his days overseeing Stella in the cavern, trying to improve the Mind Fortress pill. On the topic of noble families, he had expected all of them to turn up with big shot scions after the Void Mind and Skyrend family, but that was not the case. Azurcrest, Starweaver, and Terraforge all showed up with people from side branches or low-ranking scions if the grumbles of Elder Brent were anything to go by. However, this information didn't put Ashlock at ease. Instead, it made him even more worried. Dante Voidmind's reason for being here was discovered by his sister, so why was Theren Skyrend here with his sister? No way he plans to invade too. I still don't understand why Dante needs an alchemist tournament to justify his invasion. Ashlock felt a headache coming on so early in the morning. He needed more information, but the mansions controlled by the various families throughout the noble district were heavily guarded, just like the Voidmind mansion had been. While mulling over his options, a portal appeared. Stella and Diana strode through and glanced around. Okay, after a few days, I think I have perfected the ratios as best I can, Stella said while holding up a purple and green pill with spots of yellow. You can speak to Tree with this. I can. Diana's eyes widened a little. You're not trying to poison me, are you? Stella blinked. I'm not even sure how to feel insulted by that. Are you suggesting I would backstab you or that I am so incompetent at alchemy that I would accidentally kill my friend? Diana snorted. It was a joke, Stella, just give me the darn pill. Oh. Sure. Stella frowned and placed the odd-looking pill in Diana's palm. I don't see how that was funny. SHHH, now tell me what to do. Diana held the pill and inspected it. Just eat it? Wait a moment. This pill is the strongest one yet, so Tree may need to start the connection first. Once you see the white fog appear, then eat it. Honestly, that was unnecessary. Abyssal Whispers was an A- grade mental attack skill. It could force its way past even the Mind Fortress fruit if he put his full power into it, but he hadn't, as hurting Stella had never been the intention. When he saw her struggling, he pulled back his presence and tried to avoid sending any mental attacks her way. Diana stood there glancing around as if trying to find the white fog Stella was talking about, so he activated the skill and targeted her. He only used a fraction of its full force as she was a realm weaker than Stella. Within a second, he had smashed through her mental defenses and weaseled into her consciousness. It was a surreal experience even for him. The sensation of his voice actually being able to leave through his trunk and travel down the mental link through the skill was magical to him in a bizarre way. I see the white smoke. Diana shouted and then ate the pill. Immediately Ashlock felt a force try to push him out, like a hot blast of air. He could resist it by dialing up the power of the skill, but he did so in a way that focused on telepathy rather than all the hallucinations. Can you hear me? Ashlock asked, and Diana practically jumped out of her skin. Yes, I can. Wow. This is so weird. Diana's monotone voice came straight into his mind and didn't sound slightly distorted like usual. Why are there floating ears with wings near the patriarch? Diana asked Stella. The blonde girl laughed. They are all illusions. Just ignore them. I see. And it was worse than this before the pill? All the color drained from Stella's face as she shuddered. Yes. Yes, it was. Sorry, Patriarch, I am just a bit distracted. Diana said through the mental connection. I didn't expect your voice to sound like this. Does my voice sound weird? It's hard to describe, but it's like a chorus of 1,000 tortured souls all shouting at once past my ears and straight at my soul. Diana laughed. Meanwhile, I thought you would sound like an old grandpa. No offense. None taken, Ashlock replied. It was unfortunate to learn his voice was so hard to listen to, but with a skill named Abyssal Whispers, it made sense that he wouldn't have the voice of an angel. I can feel a pressure on my soul that's making it hard to stand here, Diana admitted, as if your words are direct attacks wearing away the barrier on my consciousness from the pill Stella gave me. She then looked back at Stella. How did you survive this without the pill? Stella shrugged, no idea. I'm unsure if my brain is still in one piece. How many pills did you make? Stella counted on her fingers, maybe 30? It's been a long 2 days. Actually, on that note, I used up quite a lot of dragon marrow practicing the body strengthening pill alongside the twins. Elder Margaret says there's still enough for the tournament, but I was going to ask how we plan to acquire it in the future. This was actually a topic Ashlock had some ideas for but hadn't had a chance to bring it up. Diana, you see that pile of bones over there? She turned around and saw the pile. Yes, Patriarch, I see them. Aren't these the bones left over from the hunt a few days ago? Yes, they are the ones Stella didn't snap in half because they didn't have enough chi to be dragon marrow. I had a thought. Would either you or Kaida be able to artificially create dragon marrow with demonic chi? Diana was nursing her head after his words, but she slowly nodded. It's possible, but I wouldn't advise it. Why not? Well, if you order me to, I can force my demonic chi into a single bone, and it may transform the insides into dragon marrow. But then I would have wasted weeks of cultivation and thrown off my body's harmony between demonic chi and water chi. Diana paused to massage her temples and close her eyes. Kaida is much the same. It just doesn't seem worth it to me. Interesting. So it was, in fact, possible, or at least Diana thought it was. But it was such an inefficient method that it was basically off the table. Sorry, Patriarch, do you mind retracting from my mind? Diana half begged, my soul is trembling. Ashlock said nothing to avoid inflicting further pain and turned off the skill. Diana stumbled forward and collapsed on the bench while breathing heavily. Stella. I have no idea how you managed to survive making this pill. I have no idea. Just rest easy and recover. Stella sat beside her. I need you well rested by this evening. Why? Diana slurred as she massaged her forehead with her eyes closed. I didn't get a chance to tell you yet, but the Redclaw Grand Elder requested we attend the feast tonight at the Immortal Gourmet Pavilion. Diana's eyes shot open. What? I thought only I was going. Why would you come as well? The Grand Elder told me through Elder Margaret earlier today that with Dante Voidmind and Theren Skyren there, he needs another Star Core cultivator beside him to avoid being looked down upon. So he asked if I could attend the event. And you agreed to that? Ow ow. Diana clutched her head and fell backward again. Well, not initially, but after some thought, I decided it would be a perfect opportunity to practice socializing with other cultivators. Also, I can wear my mask and just stand in the corner if it's too much. That has to be the worst idea I have ever heard. Diana groaned, and Ashlock had to agree. There was no way Stella could navigate such a political gathering and not cause problems. I'm not that bad at socializing. Stella pouted, come on, trust me. I have been speaking with the twins all day without a problem. And remember all the times I talked to the Redclaws? There was a long pause before Diana replied, fine. But we got a lot of work to do to get you ready. Chapter 151, Immortal Gourmet Pavilion. Stella sat on the bench with her back straight. Her gaze was dead set ahead on the demonic tree offspring in the courtyard center in a vain attempt to ignore the perpetual mystical fog hanging at the edges of her consciousness due to her open telepathic connection with tree. Her new pill may provide a decent amount of mental protection, but half-formed horror still lurked beyond the fog begging for a single look so they may inflict nightmares. Diana was behind her, leaning against Ash while she wrestled with her hair to try and get it into a ponytail. Apparently, her wild hairstyle wasn't noble enough for tonight's feast, and Diana seemed determined to style it for her. I still don't think this is a very good idea, Diana muttered in her ear, and despite the Mind Fortress pill soothing her mental state, Stella still had a knot in her stomach. She agreed with Diana that attending such an event was questionable as she had grown up alone since childhood and had never participated in noble parties nor been taught the correct etiquette. Still, the Grand Elder had requested her presence not only for his own protection but also to bolster the presence of the Redclaw family. It would be an embarrassment if the Redclaws were to turn up with a single Star Core cultivator when a family like the Silver Spires used them as bodyguards. And she felt this was a rare opportunity to jump into the deep end and face her fears. Whether I like it or not, the Ashfallen sect will continue to expand. If I can't even stand in the corner at an event, how can I be helpful to Tree? I have spoken numerous times with the Redclaw family in the past, and more recently, I held conversations with the twins without too much issue, so I should be able to pose as a wallflower and hide in the corner. That was her grand plan. Turn up, locate the quietest corner and silently convey her presence so the other families wouldn't think to look down on the Redclaws and the tournament. Stella, are you sure you will be alright? Ashlock asked. His voice somehow calmed her soul despite its power and chaotic form. Will you be watching over me? Stella replied, I have plenty of pills to maintain our telepathic connect all night. Won't the horrors of my technique throw you off? Stella shook her head, earning an annoyed huff from Diana as she moved her hair. No, your presence brings me a strange peace rather than fear. Well, I am always watching over you. I just sometimes get distracted. Or fall asleep, Ashlock chuckled. But if you want my focus, I will always give it. Not like I would miss my daughter's first social event for anything. Then I have nothing to worry about with your support, Stella sighed with relief, but the knot in her stomach remained. However, she didn't want her indecisiveness to be known as she wanted to reassure Diana that she would handle herself properly tonight at the Immortal Gourmet Pavilion. Yes, you do have things to worry about, Diana lightly yanked her head back and placed a hair clip to keep it all in place. Even with your hair done, you still need to change out of those comfortable trousers you are wearing into a dress. I don't really like dresses, though. Stella pouted, they feel so formal and I can't run around in them as easily. Tough luck, you're wearing one. Diana paused. Wait, do you have a suitable dress? No. Diana groaned, drummed the bench's backrest in annoyance for a moment, and then seemed to have an idea. Patriarch, can you portal me over to the Whitestone Palace? There was a noticeable movement of spatial chi through the ground and up through the chi-gathering formation, and a moment later, an almost perfect portal formed. Diana dashed through, and the portal closed behind her. With nothing else to do, Stella sat there and watched the evening sun while thinking up scenarios for tonight in her head. What should she do if one of the Scions approaches her and tries to strike up a conversation? Should she develop a new identity, or would she forget it during a crucial moment and blow her cover? Be honest with me, Stella. Are you doing this for yourself, or in an effort to please those around you? Both, Stella replied without hesitation. I understand I had an odd start in life, and I don't want to be that weird girl that feels uncomfortable around people forever. A breeze rustled Ashlock's leaves overhead, and Stella could hear distant birds chirping as the mountain peak was bathed in the orange glow of the setting sun. Stella could feel the winds of change in the air and knew tonight would be a memorable one, that's for sure. It makes me sad you feel that way. Are you suggesting my parenting wasn't good enough? Ashlock grumbled. Kids these days have no appreciation of how hard it is to raise an unruly child when I had no mouth or arms. Stella touched the red maple leaf earrings she had worn since childhood and laughed. Tree, don't be sad. You did the best you could. It's not like it was your responsibility in the first place. If not for the patriarch pressuring my father, he would have still been around to raise me. Her eyes narrowed. It seemed like an impossible dream, but with every passing day, I feel closer to the day I may be able to create a pill from the patriarch's cold corpse. He will die. The surrounding mystical fog flashed crimson, and the power behind Ashlock's voice made Stella's star core tremble. He cannot escape me. My roots will spread across the land and then throughout the 9 realms. Not even heaven would save him from me. I trust you, Tree. Stella leaned back and rested her head against his bark. You wouldn't lie to me. There was a sudden surge in spatial chi, and a rift manifested. Diana stepped through with a grin and said flatly, Miss me? No. Well, now I am even more glad with my dress choice, knowing you can't hate me any more than you already do. Diana walked over, her ring flashed with power, and a very sleek black dress appeared in her arms. There's no way I would wear something like that, Stella said, glaring at the dress. Diana shrugged, then you can't come. But the Redclaw Grand Elder said he needed me to save face. Stella protested, but Diana wasn't budging. There are 2 star cores from other families there, Diana said, and we have the Redclaw Grand Elder and Sebastian attending from our side, so that's 2 on 2. Why does he need me then? I didn't know the Silver Spires were going when I agreed to attend. Because cowering in the Silver Spire's shadow is a bad look, and Theren Skyrend would also need 2 star cores to hold him down if something were to go wrong. Stella gulped. Fine, I will wear the dress. Wait. Why are you going to the party then? Diana handed over the dress. It's noble etiquette to host a gathering before an event as it gives a rare chance for the families to mingle. I'm going there alongside the Silver Spires to talk to the merchants about a potential trade deal. Oh, I see, Stella's ring flashed and a small bottle of pills manifested. You should take these then. They will help in the negotiations. Thank you. Diana took the pills and then frowned when she saw Stella's apprehensive look at the dress. These pills change nothing. You still have to wear that. How did you even get this? Stella asked while standing up and holding the dress before her to get a better look. I asked Amber for it, Diana replied. You two have a similar body type. Stella pouted. We do not. Yes, you do. Now put on the darn dress. The sun is setting, and we still have things to do. Fine. Stella sighed, her ring flashed with golden light, and her current clothes vanished. The dress in her hands briefly entered the ring and then materialized on her body. Why is it so tight? Stupid parties and their impractical dresses. Maybe I should just stay home and tell the Grand Elder good luck. You look great, Diana said with her usual utter lack of enthusiasm, which made Stella somewhat doubtful that she was telling the truth. Stella shivered as the cool breeze tickled her bare back. Can I wear a jacket or something? This feels far too exposing. No, that would ruin the look, Diana said resolutely. Absolutely not. She then summoned a black mask that was different from the others. It was made of a soft cloth material that would only cover her mouth and not her eyes. I know you want to hide your face, but a wooden mask is too obnoxious to go unnoticed, so you will have to do with this instead. Is it really fine that I wear a disguise? Won't people look at me weirdly? Diana shrugged. They will anyway. To them, you are an unknown. You don't have the features of a Redclaw or a Silver Spire, yet you will be introduced as working for both. Your looks are eye-catching, and your high cultivation realm at such a young age is very impressive. So they are going to stare at me? Stella looked at the mask in her hands, the knot in her stomach only worsening. Yeah, which is why I suggest you don't go. Stella took in her words and stared at the floor, her mind racing with thoughts. I understand her concerns, but nobody ever achieved anything by being comfortable. I have always learned the most by putting myself in new and frightening situations, and I feel I have gotten too comfortable under trees canopy lately. Stella put on the mask, the soft material obscuring her lips reignited her confidence, but the dress was still far too much. Most of her back was exposed, and so were her arms and shoulders. It was simply too much skin for her. Diana stood there, tapping her chin while looking at her. Your disguise is good, but I feel we could go a step further somehow. Why? Will people recognize me? Gods, no, very few know of your existence. But what if you make a fool of yourself? It would be best to obscure your true self as much as possible as insurance. Stella's mood soured. She really didn't appreciate Diana treating her like some mischievous child that would spoil the party. What is it, Kaida? Diana looked down to her side to see the snake hissing happily about something. She reached down to pat the snake on the head, but Kaida dodged and then pointed at Diana's hand with his tail glistening with ink. Diana crouched and held out her hand. Why do you want my hand? Kaida placed his tail's tip against Diana's palm and drew a small X which made her pull back her hand with a slight hiss of pain. Diana tried to wipe the ink off, but it stayed under her skin, a tattoo. Her eyes widened. Can you take the ink back? With a swish of his tail against her palm, Kaida reclaimed most of the ink chi, but he did leave around a third behind, which seemed infused in Diana's skin. She inspected the faint X still on her palm. A quick burst of demonic chi and the ink chi evaporated away, leaving no mark behind. Fascinating, Diana stood up and grinned. Kaida, would you be able to give Stella some tattoos? Especially one on her back. Kaida let off a low hiss as he slithered closer to Stella and joined her on the bench. The two locked eyes for a while, neither saying anything. What does he want me to do? Stella wondered. Haha, why didn't I think of this? Kaida becoming a tattoo artist makes so much sense. Ashlock's voice boomed in Stella's mind. Anyway, Stella, Kaida is asking what type of tattoo you want. A demonic tree. Stella said without pause as she looked straight ahead at Ashlock's offspring. No, that's too risky. Ashlock shot down her dreams and felt herself deflate on the bench. Why not? The whole point of all this is to give you an identity you can throw away if needed. Branding yourself with a tattoo you might want to keep in the future is a waste. Pick something similar if you want. How about my black thorned vines? Stella didn't feel like arguing with people anymore. The social event hadn't even begun yet, and she already wanted to retreat into the cavern and do alchemy alone. Fine, I will settle for that. Stella straightened and turned her back to Kaida. Just cover my back and arms in them. Ow. Stella felt a pinprick of pain wherever Kaida moved his tail. It likely would have been much worse, but the Mind Fortress pill helped protect her mind from the pain. Is it usually this painful? Stella questioned while trying to look over her shoulder at the half-drawn design. Considering Kaida has to forcefully inject his ink chi into your skin, I'm surprised your body isn't reacting more violently. An hour later, dusk had arrived, signaling the start of the gathering. Aren't we going to be late? Stella worried as she stood on the mountain peak while inspecting her new tattoos. She liked how the black vines covered in menacing thorns curled up her arms and bloomed on her back. It gave her a weird sense of confidence, and she looked forward to when she could get a demonic tree one. No, the host always arrives last to these kinds of events, Diana chuckled as she looked to the sky, but we should probably get going. Patriarch, can you portal us over to the Red Claws? A moment later, a portal manifested, and Stella went to walk through but stumbled. Stupid heels, who invented these abominations? Language Stella, they were discovered in the rifts, and just like the dress, they were designed to make our lives as difficult as possible. Stella scrutinized Diana, who was wearing a similar black dress and high heels to her and had copied the black vine tattoos. A black cloth mask also obscured her features, leaving her eyes partially hidden behind her short hair. Less staring and more walking, Diana strode through the portal, and with some difficulty, Stella soon followed. With a pop, they arrived in the courtyard of the White Stone Palace. Already waiting was the Redclaw Grand Elder alongside Elder Margaret and Brent. Standing off to the side were Sebastian and Riker. Big sister. Riker perked up and dashed over. You look so pretty. Stella was baffled and tried to stumble back from the kid. Is he really coming with us? The Grand Elder chuckled. Who are we to tell a scion of House Silver Spire what to do and where to go? If anything, bringing him with us will give us more face. Riker balled his fists. The adults are scared of my might. Ahem, anyway. The Grand Elder drew everyone's attention. Tonight is a big night for us all. To our surprise, 2-star core science have decided to attend our little tournament, and some merchants from Slimer are also present. Our goal is simple. Show that we, the Redclaw family shadowed by the Ashfallen sect, rule over Darklight City with an iron fist and that it cannot be seized from us. We already know that nefarious plots are afoot, with more lurking in the darkness. So keep your wits about you and don't show a hint of weakness. Everyone nodded, and Stella felt anticipation rise within her. It felt like she was going to war rather than a feast between supposedly friendly families of the same sect. The Grand Elder stepped toward the gate, his silky crimson robes fluttering in the breeze. When we arrive, the Silver Spires alongside Diana, and I will confront the merchants present at the venue. The rest of you may get a head start on socializing with the other families. Stella whispered in her mind, Tree. Can you portal us over? I can't walk very well in heels. You want a grand entrance? Ashlock laughed, then I can give you one. The air in the courtyard trembled as spatial chi gathered and formed. A truly enormous portal so clear it was like starting through a lilac-tinted window to the other side. So that's the immortal gourmet pavilion, Stella muttered as she scrutinized the majestic establishment through the portal. While she was busy staring, the others had already begun to walk through, and before she knew it, she was one of the last ones. You can do this, Stella. Just walk through, find a corner, and stay quiet. You are nothing but a pretty wallflower, here to observe and threaten with your presence. Stepping through, she was greeted by a wide, serpentine path lined with ancient, flowering green leaf trees. Inferior plants was all Stella could think as she clumsily followed the others down a trail illuminated by lanterns adorned with intricate carvings of mythical beasts that cast a warm, inviting glow over the polished jade pavement. Up ahead was the entrance, a colossal gate of vermilion and gold, upon which the name of the pavilion is elegantly etched in glowing calligraphy. Immortal Gourmet Pavilion. Stella gulped as she carefully walked up the jade steps through the colossal gate and into the entrance area. A man wearing a suit off the side puffed up his chest and shouted, now entering, the tournament's host House Redclaw alongside the tournament's main sponsor, House Silver Spire. Stella felt numb as a wave of applause shook the building. She stood alongside the others on a raised balcony overlooking everyone. 2 grand staircases led to the restaurant below, and a terrible realization hit her as her eyes darted around the dimly lit space. There were no corners to hide in. There were tables everywhere, even in the corners, and at least one person was sitting at each one. Before she knew it, the others descended and went off to the side to meet with a group of masked individuals that were likely the merchants. Shall we go and greet the guests? Elder Margaret offered her a reassuring smile and took her hand. Everything felt like a blur as Stella was led through the tables, receiving various glances. Eventually, they came upon a mostly empty table, apart from 2 giant people that loomed over the table and looked like they had been chiseled from marble. Those 2 are from the Skyrend family. Ashlock's voice rumbled in her mind, be careful of them, especially Theren Skyrend. He is a stage higher than the Grand Elder in the Star Core realm. Stella felt her mind blank as Theren looked her up and down with his glowing eyes and a smile appeared on his lips. I don't think we have ever met before, young miss. Which family are you from? Chapter 152, The Sin of Pride. Which family was she from? Stella stood there, unsure how to respond. Her true identity would be easy to discover if she admitted to being a crestfallen. Ashfallen was out of the question as it wasn't a known family or sect yet, and she didn't have the facial features of someone from the Redclaw or Silver Spire family. So what should she even say? Sensing her hesitation, Elder Margaret stepped slightly forward. She is currently with us. The Redclaw family. Theren Skyrend narrowed his glowing eyes and grinned, come take a seat, miss. His massive hand was gesturing to the empty seat before her, and in the dim lighting of the restaurant, she feared it would either eat her or chains would spring out and strap her down. A part of her wanted to turn around and walk away, but even she knew that would be incredibly discourteous after being offered a seat at someone's table. Why did I think this was a good idea? Was all Stella could think as she pulled the seat back and carefully sat in its confines. A large ornate wooden table may separate her from Theren, but his giant body made the table feel smaller than it was. Elder Margaret pulled out the chair beside her, offering some reassurance. Elder Brent had gone off to another table nearby with members from a family unknown to her, but from their cosmic-looking hair, she could guess they were the Starweaver family. Theren took charge of the conversation and decided to do a round of introductions. My name is Theren, and this is my dear sister Cassandra Skyrend. I already know of Elder Margaret. I believe we last met a decade ago at the Silver Spire Economic Summit. That is correct, Elder Margaret nodded. You were a teenager back then. Theren's laughter boomed across the table. That's right. I wonder if there will be another event hosted by the Silver Spires. His voice dropped slightly as he glanced across the room at Sebastian's back as he talked with the merchants. You know? Because of the whole Silver Core inheritance thing. It's possible. I just hope they don't announce another drastic increase in the cost of their spatial rings, Elder Margaret sighed. They were already expensive enough. Stella listened in silence, eager not to draw any attention to herself. However, she had to keep her eyes on one of the people's faces to avoid seeing the horrors lurking in the mystical fog at the edge of her consciousness. Finding Theren hard to look at, she ended up glancing at Cassandra. She returned the glance, but it didn't come off as friendly. Almost as if she was looking down at her. Which she was due to her height, but it still made her feel looked down upon. Unlike Theren, Cassandra's eyes glowed a light blue. Eventually, the exchange of pleasantries between Theren and Elder Margaret dried up and Theren turned to Stella and asked the dreaded question, and your name was? Rosalind, Stella answered calmly. This was a name she had thought up after getting the tattoos. No family name. Theren was really hung up on finding out which family she was from, which irked Stella. Why was he so darn persistent? Stella remained silent, so Elder Margaret chimed in. She is just here to observe rather than engage in discussion. A lesser should learn to keep quiet. Theren snapped at Elder Margaret. I was asking Mistress Rosalind here, not you. Elder Margaret's eye twitched. She opened her mouth and then closed it. Her eyes darted briefly to the Grand Elder, who was engaged in an intense discussion with the merchants. Tree, I don't like this guy, Stella whispered in her mind. Should I fight back for Elder Margaret? Hold on, let the conversation develop a little more. Theren crossed his arms and leaned back with a grin. I thought it was rather bold for a lower-tier family to dare host an event like this, so after hearing it was sponsored by the Silver Spires, I came to see what's up. He gestured with his chin to Riker, standing quietly next to Sebastian, but it seems that a mere child was behind the sponsoring due to the inheritance event. Cassandra snorted, and to think I bothered spending a month to learn alchemy for this. What could a lower-tier family teamed up with a child offer us for our time and attendance? Do you think our time away from cultivating to show you face is cheap? We provided very reasonable rewards considering the low barrier to entry for this tournament. Elder Margaret snapped back, it's you who decided to attend. We were just being courteous and sent you an invite. Theren laughed, would you dare not send one? Yes, we would, Elder Margaret said without pause. We actually hoped you wouldn't even attend. Theren frowned, since when did the Red Claws lose sight of their place in this sect? Just because you have the Silver Spire kid backing you doesn't mean you can show such disrespect to me. I fear neither the Skyrend family, nor you. Elder Margaret snapped back. So confident, Elder Margaret. Is it because your Grand Elder is almost on par with me? Or perhaps the Silver Spire's bodyguard is giving you confidence? Theren sneered, I am sitting here right now in front of you, and I could spit in your face and there's nothing you, the Red Claws, or even the Silver Spires can do about it. I dare you to show such disrespect. Elder Margaret's eyes widened as Theren spit a lightning-infused ball of saliva straight at her face. Stella's eye twitched as she created a portal that redirected the spitball at Theren's face. It all happened in an instant, and Stella didn't even have time to think about what she had done. Theren reached up with a trembling hand and slowly wiped off the spit from his cheek. His eyes pulsed white as he seemingly held back his rage. Cassandra seemed to be holding back a chuckle as she shifted away slightly from her enraged brother. Nice shot, Ashlock commented, which made Stella smile behind the mask. Theren let out a long breath and then leaned forward. Both elbows were on the table, and his hands crossed beneath his chin. Tell me why a spatial Star Core realm lady with no family name is willing to defend the honor of a lesser and in turn make an enemy of the Skyrend family. How much are they paying you? It was clear from his overly calm speech that he was holding back a flood of rage. I don't even know who you are, Stella replied calmly. Cassandra burst out laughing, which made Theren frown. What's so funny, dear sister? Or do you find humor in shaming our family name? I have never seen someone dig their own grave like that. Cassandra said between wiping away her tears of laughter. It would make sense if she had just arrived from a distant demonic sect to not have heard of us. But outsiders should be killed on the spot. And if she is from this sect, she is courting death. I've lived here my whole life, Stella retorted, yet I have never heard of your family. What's so great about it? You can shoot some lightning. A bunch of random clouds in the sky can achieve the same thing. Cassandra fell silent, staring at her with bewilderment. Theren also seemed baffled, and Elder Margaret could only offer her a weary smile. I think you shattered their fragile egos, Stella. Weren't you coming here to make friends? I'm here to empower the Red Claws and our sect. They have done nothing but insult Elder Margaret at her own event while throwing around the weight of their stupid family that nobody cares about, Stella replied. I feel cowering before them right now would only lead to more issues down the road. Maybe, but he looks pretty angry now. What's your plan? Stella's mind froze at Ashlock's words, plan. I thought you were going to protect me. I said I would watch over you, not help you. This is supposed to be a learning experience for you. I can't hold your hand all the time. Can't you fill his mind with your telepathic technique and tell him to leave? Stella began to panic a little. She had only dared to act so pridefully as she thought Tree was backing her up. No, I can't do that. My technique can only be cast near my trunk. Why can I still hear you then? Stella asked. It acts like a curse. Once cast on someone, I can maintain the link so long as they are within the range of my roots. Will you really not help me? Stella pouted behind her mask. Of course I will if you really need it, but I would rather not. I need to save my special technique for the finals when the Void Mind family invades. Stella wasn't sure what Tree's secret technique entailed, but if she would inconvenience him and condemn the sect to the Void Mind invasion due to her actions, she needed to fix this situation. Somehow. Good. Very good. Theren drummed the table with his fist as he laughed. This has to be the most interesting meeting I have ever attended. Stella tilted her head. Why? I like you, come work for me, Theren grinned. I could always use a spatial affinity cultivator to help transport my servants up the mountain and carry my things. No thanks, I will remain here. Stella politely declined while holding back her rage from the insult, but that seemed to be the wrong answer judging from Theron's pulsing eyes. I advise you take my offer. Theren leaned in. I don't know why a pretty little thing like you is out here in this backwater city working alongside lessers when you could come and work for me. I said no thank you. Do you not have ears? And don't call me a pretty thing. You're vile. You intolerable women. Theren shouted as he stood up and slammed the desk. His star core pulsed, and white lightning crackled across his skin. Working for one such as me would be an honor. Everyone in the room turned their heads, and Stella could even see the Redclaw Grand Elder begin to run over in the corner of her eye, but it was too late. Stella felt an immense pressure descend on her, and before she could even blink, a tremendous bolt of lightning shot out from Theron's hand at her, illuminating the entire room in a bright white. Her star core flared up and coated her body in purple flames. The lightning slammed into her, almost throwing her off the chair and onto the floor. Her body became flooded with lightning chi that she managed to just about get under control due to her Tao comprehension. It was clear that the attack hadn't been intended to be lethal, but it had still come from a cultivator many stages above her, so it was obvious he intended to humble her. As Stella blinked away the bright light, she inserted some chi into her spatial ring and summoned a lightning chi barrier fruit into her mouth. Quickly chewing it behind her mask, she escaped the chair and stepped away from the table. She could only walk under Theron's pressure because the Redclaw Grand Elder was combating it with his own gravity. So much arrogance. All for that? Stella crossed her arms and raised her brow. I expected a bit more firepower. Stella could feel every pair of eyes in the entire restaurant on her. It made her skin crawl, and also extremely anxious. Clearly, she had messed up somewhere to end up in this position. You were supposed to remain low-key, Stella. Like a wallflower. Why did you have to run your mouth like that? Stella, do you need my help? No, I caused this mess, Tree. Let me handle it, Stella replied mentally. What seems to be the problem? The Redclaw Grand Elder said as he strode over. Theren Skyren's face was twisted in anger, his eyes glowed, and his chiseled, almost stone-like muscles bulged. Your hired rogue cultivator dared to disrespect me, Grand Elder. I don't know how you found her, but I demand she is presented on my doorstep after the tournament, or you will face the wrath of the Skyren family. The Grand Elder looked between the two before clearing his throat with an awkward cough. Theren. I am far more scared of her than your father. Total silence shrouded the room as everyone absorbed those words. Interesting. Such bold words, Grand Elder, Theren sneered. Do you dare tell me this woman's family name or origin so I may also know to fear her? Why are you so obsessed with me? Stella tilted her head. Theren snorted. I would never be obsessed with a talentless country bumpkin like you. You called me pretty and tried to make me your servant just a moment ago. Stella took a fearless step forward, yet now I am a talentless country bumpkin? What makes you better than me? Just look at me. Yes, I'm looking. I see nothing but unearned arrogance. Stella scoffed. All you do is throw your family name around and call others lesser to feel important. I have no need to bend the knee to a man-child such as you. Theren threw his head back and laughed manically for a while. Eventually, he looked back at Stella with pure wrath. You dare compare yourself to me? I'm a descendant of a god. To disrespect me is to defy the heavens. He raised his hand and the ceiling exploded as lightning tore through it and collected into a bolt he held like a javelin. Through the shower of splinters, as the building almost collapsed upon them, Theren hurled the lightning bolt alongside roaring thunder. Under everyone's shocked gazes, Stella surged the power of the fruit to her palm and effortlessly slapped the lightning bolt away. I defy the heavens at every turn, Stella shouted as she kicked the table that separated them into splinters. I care not for your weak god. Heretic. Theron's massive fist plummeted toward Stella, but she activated her earrings. Her eyes became abysses as she sidestepped the fist with lightning-enhanced speed. Meanwhile, Cassandra hurled lightning bolts from the side, but Stella easily shrugged them off with the power of the fruit and her comprehension of the lightning Tao. She had punched heaven's lightning. How could Cassandra compare? Theren was disorientated and shrieked as if terrified of what he saw in her eyes. The 8-feet-tall giant stumbled to the side and ended up crashing into a table with a very calm man and an all-too-familiar woman sitting at it. Stella glanced at the man whose eyes were as black as his hair. His figure was lean and almost ghoulish. Dante Voidmind, Theren said through clenched teeth, this bitch crawled out from hell and dares to protect the lessers and offend me. Will you not show some face and help? Dante sighed and stood up from his chair, Grand Elder Redclaw. Squabbles between families can be overlooked, but I hope for your sake that you agree this hired woman of yours has taken it a step too far. His voice sent chills down Stella's spine. Lightning she had no issues against with the help of her Tao comprehension and Ashlock's fruit, but a void affinity cultivator was a whole different beast. Dante could likely delete her from existence if he so wished, so she reluctantly stepped away from Cassandra and spared her from a similar beating. The Grand Elder ignored Dante and asked Stella, how do you wish to handle this? Stella glanced between the two Skyren siblings. Every ounce of her being wished to tell them to leave and not even bother with the tournament, but she didn't know if Ash wanted to go to war with the Skyrens over her personal grudge. Tree, what should I do? Whatever you want, Stella. I trust you. Since when did we fear a bit of lightning? Stella smiled behind her mask. I will formally apologize to them if they can prove they are better than me at anything. I don't want your worthless apology, Theren snapped. I want you chained on my doorstep. Stella shrugged. Fine. Who picks the challenge? Dante asked. They can. I will beat them at anything, Stella said nonchalantly and loved the scowls she received from them. It was clear getting a taste of arrogance was unnerving for them, and she had confidence that she could prevail over any challenge with Tree's cheat fruit and truffles. Were you planning on attending the alchemy tournament? Cassandra asked, and Stella shook her head. No, I was not. An unsettling grin appeared on the woman's face, and the two siblings nodded to one another. Then you will enter the alchemy tournament and compete against Cassandra. Theren grinned, seemingly convinced of his victory. That is our challenge to you. I accept, Stella said as she turned to leave the building because the stress was beginning to overwhelm her and she didn't wish to stay any longer. I will see you all tomorrow. A portal manifested with a snap of her fingers, and she was gone, leaving behind a shocked group of spectators and two very angry Skyren siblings. Chapter 153, Rise of the Tyrant. Ashlock watched as Stella entered the alleyway behind the half-destroyed restaurant through her conjured portal. She looked understandably distraught, so he quickly opened a rift for her that led straight to Red Vine Peak. Thanks, Tree, she said in a low voice through their telepathic link as she walked through. The moment the portal snapped closed behind her, she reached down with a grunt, hastily tore off her high heels, and hurled them through the air. Before they could hit the stone, her spatial ring flashed with power and they vanished. Then with a frustrated huff, she marched across the stone while barefoot. Her ring flashed again, and the dress briefly vanished, only to be replaced with her usual comfortable wear. She then sat on the bench, lay down, and closed her eyes angrily. A few moments passed and her eyes snapped open. Ugh. I just had to mess it up, Tree. I just couldn't keep my darn mouth shut. Sitting up, she tore the hair clip off and gripped her head in her hands while shouting in her mind, stupid Skyrens and their arrogance. Why are most cultivators such assholes? Ugh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I ruined everything. What did you ruin? Ashlock asked through the telepathic link. I was gone for what? 10 minutes. We spent all day dressing me up and getting me ready to speak with the other nobles, and here I am crying to you only 10 minutes later. Stella smacked her forehead multiple times. I just can't do anything. Right? Stella, calm down. Relax. It's okay. She took a long breath and sat back on the bench, her conflicted gaze settling on his leaves that rustled in the early night breeze. Is it really okay? I didn't ruin everything. Silly girl, You did great out there. Ashlock chuckled as he saw hope reappear in her eyes. Do you not remember the entire purpose of this tournament and the feast? Stella furrowed her brows and a sudden realization seemed to bloom. The point was to establish the Red Claws as the rulers of this land and to find an alchemist. Oh, and something about making a deal with the merchants. Exactly, and what did you achieve tonight? You saw how Theren treated Elder Margaret. He thought so low of her and Redclaw's family that he would spit in her face. But now, after your fight, I think everyone in that room sees the Redclaws in a different light. I see. Stella nodded to herself, so what you are saying is I did a good job? Well, no. Not exactly. You went with the intention of learning how to converse with the other cultivators. Stella's face fell. And yet, within minutes, you were fighting them, and then you arrogantly offered them a chance to choose a challenge and even agreed to become his slave if you lost. I did. You don't even remember. Stella frowned. I just really wanted to get away from there, so I just agreed to whatever they said so I could leave quickly. Did I even have the option to negotiate the terms? I mean, I fought someone from a supposed higher-tier family within the Blood Lotus sect. The fact he didn't tell Dante to kill me there and then surprised me. You might not have felt like it, but I believe you had the upper hand in negotiations. You had utterly crushed their pride, so you could have been more demanding. Well, it's fine, Stella waved him off. I didn't want anything from those bastards anyway. And they picked something I should win at easily. But imagine if they hadn't. You got lucky that you picked up alchemy a few days ago and seemed to have an immense talent for it, but even then, you have only made a few pills. You keep getting away with it, but one day your arrogance will catch up to you and become the downfall for us all. Stella was mute as she mulled over his words. From the seriousness in her expression, it was evident that she knew she had fucked up. What if she had sat at Dante Voidmind's table and infuriated him? There was no way Stella could shrug off a void affinity cultivator a few stages above her as she did with the Skyrens due to her Tao comprehension. You're right, Tree. I hear you. I really do. I just find being all diplomatic like Diana and the others so hard. Ugh, I should go practice alchemy for tomorrow. Stella stood up. Her shoulders sagged as she clicked her fingers, summoning a portal, and a moment later, she was gone, down into the cavern below. With the darkness of night enveloping him, Ashlock felt weary. He didn't like to fight with Stella or scold her like that, but with his newfound telepathy, it was about time he set things straight with her. As she was trying to focus on her alchemy, he withdrew his abyssal whisper skill. He couldn't talk with her while asleep, and he didn't want to keep haunting her all night. Before I sleep, let me check back on the restaurant. Ashlock's vision blurred, and he soon returned to the restaurant. He had naturally infiltrated their wine cellar below the building with a root a few days ago and was poking its tip up through a gap in the floorboards so he could see what was happening within. If Stella had faced a problem he didn't feel she could deal with, he was prepared to go all out to protect her through this route. Thankfully he could keep his presence from the families hidden for a while longer due to Stella navigating the hectic situation surprisingly well. She may be bad at casual conversation, but she was great when it came to throwing hands and hurling insults. I think it's about time Stella realized that being a noble that bends the knee to others for benefits and relationships isn't her forte. Which is fine. She can be a tyrant that lays down the law when needed instead. She would serve that role so much better. Ashlock hoped tonight would lead to that realization for her. It was obvious a few hours ago that she was actually convinced she could keep her words and hands to herself when confronting someone who would naturally look down on both her and this backwater city she had called home her entire life. But alas, the reality had been far different. Anyway, that aside, before I go to sleep, let's see what's happening over here. Ashlock used his spiritual sight to glance around the restaurant. To his pleasant surprise, members from the Starweaver, Terraforge, and Azure Crest families were crowded around the Redclaw Grand Elder and the other elders. They were, of course, mostly asking about the mysterious Rosalind, but there were other questions and pleasantries thrown around for a while. However, that wasn't of interest to Ashlock. What did draw his gaze was Dante Voidmind and Theren Skyren sitting at a table far away from the hustle and bustle around the Redclaw Grand Elder. Unfortunately, ripples of void chi surrounded them, so although their lips were moving slightly, suggesting an occurring conversation, No sound escaped the confines of their table. Ashlock wasn't too worried, as Elaine was sitting right there next to Dante, so anything said within that void bubble that could harm him should be relayed to him or the Red Claws somehow before it became a problem. So tired. I should sleep. Tomorrow is going to be a hectic one. Ashlock mused as he began to retract his gaze. The feast was rather dull with Stella gone, especially with the chi bubbles everywhere preventing him from eavesdropping on any exciting conversations. However, on his way out, he noticed Diana bidding farewell to the merchants. Thank you for your interest, Knox. Diana's words drifted into his mind after the bubble surrounding them collapsed. We will speak again soon. The woman called Knox replied and then walked off. Diana watched the mysterious merchant leave and then turned to Sebastian and Riker. I'm going to head back and check on. You know who. Are you two staying here? Sebastian nodded. I want Riker to have a chance to interact with some of the families here. This is one of his first ever social events, and I want it to be at least somewhat normal for him after her antics. Alright, Diana bid them farewell, and a moment later, she left the restaurant that had moonlight pouring in through the hole in the roof. She began to walk down the serpentine path that snaked its way down a tree-lined lantern-lit path, but Ashlock saved her the trouble and sent a portal her way. Ashlock waited a moment to see if any Red Claws would also leave, but they seemed content to stay for the rest of the night by their grinning faces. Stella may have caused a scene, but it had greatly elevated the Red Claws to this odd status they seemed to enjoy. The fact that Theren was so convinced he could spit in Elder Margaret's face and not face any repercussions whatsoever shows the vast difference in status between these noble families. Ashlock mused, no wonder the Nitros family has never even shown a hint of interest in the deaths of the Winterwrath or Evergreen families. They must be like bugs to them. Ashlock was curious about what standing the Skyrend family had. It was clear they were on a similar level to the Voidmind family, but he wasn't sure why. The Silver Spires were easy to understand. They produced one of the sect's most lucrative exports, the spatial rings. Meanwhile, the Voidmind family had one of the most powerful affinities and ran Slimer City, a center for education and creativity. But what could the Skyrend family provide the Blood Lotus sect? Ashlock couldn't figure it out. Whatever, Ashlock sighed as his vision blurred back to Red Vine Peak. Let's see how Diana is. Diana was glancing around frantically. Stella? Where are you? Since Ashlock didn't want to overwhelm her mind with his telepathy and she wasn't good enough to translate his ancient runic words, he made a portal and sent her down to the cavern where Stella was standing over the earthen bowl with a deep frown on her face. Diana, Stella said as she saw the frantic black-haired girl appear next to her. Why are you back so soon? I should be asking you the same thing. Diana strode over and poked Stella in the chest. I told you. It was a bad idea. Stella slapped her hand away. Yes. I admit I might have overestimated myself. I'm really sorry. Diana sighed. It's fine. Despite your antics, you made that the most entertaining social gathering I have ever attended, so I don't know whether I should laugh or cry. Stella tilted her head. What do you mean? Stella, you basically told Theren what everyone was thinking straight to his face and got away with it. Diana giggled. Almost every family hates the Skyrend family, but since they wield lightning and can be crucial for facing heavenly tribulations, everyone puts up with their nonsense. But Tree faced a heavenly tribulation, and he got through it fine. Stella shrugged. I don't see what's the big deal. It's just some lightning. Are you forgetting that time you tried to punch heavenly lightning and almost died if not for Senior Lee's healing pill? I have a selective memory. Diana rolled her eyes. Of course you do. The heavenly lightning is a trial sent by the heavens to test those who are worthy. You may look down on it after encountering it so many times to the point you can slap it away so effortlessly like you did earlier, but that is not true for most people. Stella shrugged. I could do the same thing as those Skyrend bastards. There should be no need to hire those arrogant assholes. I will do it for free if it takes business away from them. That's actually a good idea. Ashlock mused. How valuable would his lightning chi barrier fruit be if Theren could throw his weight around like that just because his old man could fend off a few lightning bolts? Diana laughed. That would be great. You should do that. There was a brief silence between the two. I was so worried, Stella. Diana said seriously. You might not have noticed, but Dante Voidmind almost intervened earlier, but Elaine whispered something in his ear that made him sit back and watch. There's a reason I say that was the most fun social gathering I have ever attended, because usually, it's a quiet exchange of small talk and pleasantries. Nobody would dare fight at them. That's suicide. I know, Stella sighed. Tree already told me. I messed up. I won't go to gatherings like those again. Or at least not until I am strong enough to defy anyone who runs their mouth like that. Diana chuckled. Never change, Stella. You are just what this dull world of arrogant young masters needs. She then wandered off. I will leave you to your practice. I know you have a tournament to win tomorrow. Thank you, Stella said quietly as she watched Diana's departing back and then returned her focus to the ingredients laid out before her. Idolatry Daily Sign in System. Day 3530. Daily Credit 3. Sacrifice Credit 0. Sign in. Ashlock awoke bright and early the next day. He quickly glanced around and didn't see any angry Skyrend family trying to smite the place down, so all in all not a terrible start to the morning. Diana was cultivating under the mist-shrouded trees, and Stella was still slaving away in the cavern. Ashlock was about to go check on some other things when he felt the presence of a group outside the tunnel. Oh, thank God it's just a Redclaw. Ashlock breathed a sigh of relief as he instructed Bob to move to the side and allow Elder Margaret to enter. She walked down the tunnel purposefully and soon crossed the desolate cavern to Stella. The twins had left sometime yesterday back to the White Stone Palace, and Douglas was busy working on his staircase in the hole, so it was just Stella slaving away over the earthen bowl. Morning, Elder Margaret, Stella said while wiping sweat from her brow. On the earthen bowl's rim was a neat line of Tier 2 body-strengthening pills that Elder Margaret eyed with appreciation. You caused quite the commotion last night. Yeah, I know. Thank you. Elder Margaret gave a short bow to stand up for one as lowly as I was more than I ever anticipated. What are you saying? Stella seemed bewildered. You are part of the Ashfallen sect. When they insult you, they insult all of us, especially the immortal. I will not stand for it. Elder Margaret's lip quivered slightly, and the image of the stern woman shattered. To be treated as a lesser at every social gathering. To be looked down upon as if I was some useless old hag and treated as such by the more favored families by the patriarch. I don't know how, but I became numb to it, accepted my fate as a pawn others used to disrespect to feel superior. We all did. Ashlock saw Elder Margaret's fists clench at her sides. He could understand her feelings. This world was a dark and cruel place where powerful people treated those below them as nothing. But I feel we have been reborn under you and the immortal. Last night was the first time I felt listened to and valued in so long. I know it's silly as they only wanted to talk to us about you, but I was so happy. A single tear ran down Elder Margaret's cheek. I tried so hard for so many years to revive our family name that has been stamped and spat on. But we were crushed at every turn. Just like this tournament, how the families banded together to keep us down by restricting the sale of ingredients. Stella stood there, stunned, clearly not knowing what to say. Sorry, ignore my ramblings. Elder Margaret wiped away the tear and regained her composure. I don't know what overcame me. The purpose of my visit was to tell you that the tournament's preliminary round starts in a few moments, and everyone eagerly anticipates your attendance. Stella let out a long sigh as she stepped down from the step and offered Elder Margaret a sincere smile. I think it's time those bastards learned who the true tyrant of this tournament is. Chapter 154, A Simple Test. As much as Stella wished to leave immediately, she was unprepared for the day ahead. I wasn't planning on attending, so I'm not caught up on what the preliminary round entails, Stella said while cleaning her face off with a towel she had summoned from her spatial ring. Can you tell me before we go? Elder Margaret had thankfully returned to her usual self after taking a moment to regain her composure. Sure, but first, let me give you this. Elder Margaret brought out a black robe with a fire insignia that all robes worn by the Redclaw family had on the chest area. You will be participating on behalf of us. By wearing this, the guards at the entrance will recognize that you are a member of the noble houses, so you should be waved in without having to queue up or pay the entrance fee. There's an entrance fee. Stella raised a brow as she took the robe and secured it around herself. A small smile appeared on her lips when she realized the robe hid her comfortable clothes, so she wouldn't need to wear that revealing dress anymore. Elder Margaret sighed. We didn't plan for one initially, but far too many people were showing interest, so we had to add another barrier to entry. Any rogue cultivator out there actually able to create Tier 1 pills should have no issue paying the Golden Crown entrance fee, whereas those frauds or people trying to cause trouble won't be willing to sacrifice a Golden Crown to do so. I see. That makes sense, Stella nodded thoughtfully, but why would people not planning to participate or who aren't even alchemists want to attend? Elder Margaret gave a weary smile. The immortal may be able to grow alchemy ingredients with a wave of his hand. But the rest of us have to either risk our lives out in the wilderness to harvest the ingredients ourselves or choose between saving up for beast cores to advance our cultivation or buying a Tier 1 ingredient that will likely be ruined during practice. So they are really willing to travel all the way here just to have a chance at trying to remove impurities from a plant. Stella couldn't believe it. Was it really that hard for someone to become an alchemist? Elder Margaret chuckled. They would do far more for less. Everyone is convinced they are one opportunity away from their big break. I bet some imagine that today is the day they discover they have some hidden bloodline that allows them to effortlessly perform alchemy. Bloodline? Stella latched onto that word. What do you know about them? Ever since Diana's transformation, trying to discover her own bloodline had weighed heavily on her mind. Why hadn't she grown wings yet? What had Diana done to unlock her bloodline? Not much. They are mostly a legend popular among the common people as it gives them a ray of hope. Elder Margaret waved it off as if it were a nonsense fairy tale. Her dismissive attitude toward bloodlines annoyed Stella. Why did nobody know anything about these bloodlines when she saw Diana change her race right before her eyes? It wasn't some nonsense myth or legend. It was real. Grumbling in her mind, Stella decided to put the issue of bloodlines aside and focus back on the tournament ahead of her, so it's the preliminary round today and then the final round tomorrow. Elder Margaret nodded. So, how is the round today structured? I was about to get to that, Elder Margaret replied. It's a rather simple test. As the purpose of today is to reduce the number of participants by at least 90%, we don't have the time or resources to do anything that in-depth. Stella nodded in understanding, so the elder continued, you will be asked a simple random alchemy question. After that, you will be requested to remove the impurities from a Tier 1 ingredient to show a basic level of alchemy capability. Most won't pass this part. Wait, a question? I don't know much about alchemy. Stella began to panic slightly, and Elder Margaret seemed to notice what's wrong. You should handle removing the impurities with ease. The question is what I'm worried about. How simple is it? Oh, don't worry about the question, Elder Margaret chuckled. Even if you don't know the answer, so long as you remove the impurities from the ingredient, they will let you through. Stella frowned. The Skyrend and the other noble families will be watching me closely. If I fail to answer a simple question, it would reflect badly on me and the Redclaw family. That's true, Elder Margaret rubbed her chin and thought, this is where the fact we hired teachers from the academy to be the judges will cause issues. If they had been family members, I could naturally set up a question ahead of time and give you the answer. Are you able to stay here today? Stella asked, and Elder Margaret nodded. I'm not needed at the tournament today. Why, you ask? Stella summoned one of her carefully made Mind Fortress pills. Each one took half an hour of intense focus to create, so she was somewhat reluctant to hand it over. But if it let her pass the test with flying colors, then it was worth it. Take this pill. It will help protect your mind. Elder Margaret seemed confused as she reached out and accepted the pill. What is this? A pill I created. Stella shrugged off Elder Margaret's stare. I used one of the Immortal's effect-giving fruits, you know, the Mind Fortress one that you likely used in the Mystic Realm. Right. And you made a pill from it? Elder Margaret eyed the pill like a treasure. Why would you give me something so precious? As I said, it will protect your mind. I will take the test, and if I get stuck on the question, I will relay it back to the Immortal and have him ask you for the answer. What am I protecting my mind from? Elder Margaret tilted her head in confusion. The Immortal's voice comes with rather unpleasant hallucinations. You will thank me later, trust me. Stella offered her a reassuring smile. Anything else I should know before I go? Elder Margaret shook her head. Nothing comes to mind. All I can offer you is good luck. Thanks. Stella then pointed to the side portal, please. There was an immense ripple of spatial chi throughout the cavern as the world twisted and bent to tree's will, creating a doorway through space that led to an alleyway near the Colosseum. See you later, Stella waved to Elder Margaret as she stepped through. The stale flora-rich air of the cavern was replaced with the stench of Darklight City. Stella's nose scrunched up behind the cloth mask as she strode out of the trash-filled alleyway. How are there so many people? Stella murmured as she saw the shifting wall of people between her and the Colosseum up ahead. The usually sparsely populated grand square used as a casual meeting place for students was now packed with cultivators and mortals. Darklight City was already a densely crowded mega-city, but Stella had never seen it like this. With her interest piqued, she tried to slip past the hordes of people to get a look at the trinkets, food, and clothes the mortals were selling from wooden carts, but trying to peek over people's shoulders made her skin crawl, and the screams and shouts of the people around her were disorienting. Ah, this is too annoying. Stella's ring flashed, and one of her old swords appeared. She didn't want to bring out the one taken from the Void Mind Elder in case Dante somehow recognized it. She then pulsed her star core, and everyone around her stumbled back to give her space as she threw the sword to the ground and used her chi to make it levitate there. Hopping on, everyone cheered as she pulsed her star core again and rose up into the air. Stella could have used a portal to skip the crowd, but using techniques was frowned upon in the city, and she also wanted to get a better view of her surroundings from the sky. She saw from above a sea of brown and black robes shifting between the maze of stalls. The sound of deals being made and the people's joy lifted Stella's spirits somewhat. Looking toward the Colosseum, she noticed a single massive entrance. Instead of a door, there was a line of cultivators collecting entrance fees and generally controlling the flow of people. What baffled Stella was just how long the packed line was. It ran through the maze of carts in the grand square and all the way down one of the nearby streets. Yeah, right. As if all of you could perform alchemy. Stella snorted. Now I can see why Elder Margaret introduced an entry fee. Stella laughed as she felt the wind flow through her hair. There must be thousands of you. I don't even think all of the flowers in the cavern would be enough to give all of you a single ingredient to show off your skills. Stella hadn't had great respect for alchemists in the past simply because she was ignorant of how hard it was to become one. If not for Tree's truffle improving her spirit root and the various fruit that helped boost her concentration, she never would have been able to make even a tier 1 pill. Wait. If we ever open the Ashfallen sect to new cultivators, will the turnout for entry look like this? Stella felt all the blood drain from her face, and she decided to look away. The thought of so many cockroaches crawling their way up Red Vine Peak in an attempt to join their sect made her shudder. To distract her mind while she slowly flew toward the Colosseum that dominated half her view, Stella surveyed the skyline of Darklight City and then saw something rapidly approaching her. She squinted at the flying dot, and as it got closer, she groaned in annoyance. Oh God, not these assholes again. Within moments a small ornate wooden boat carrying two giant people with marble-like skin began flying beside her. The bare-chested Theren Skyrend was busy controlling the flying ship. Meanwhile, Cassandra was free to put one foot on the boat's rail and sneer at her. Rosalind, I'm surprised you showed up after the insanity you pulled last night. If I were you, I would have run away. Of course, you would have. Stella retorted, because you are a coward that hides behind your family name with no redeeming qualities. Why would I have any reason to run from someone as pathetic as you? Cassandra's face twisted in anger, which brought Stella great joy. However, she had no desire to hear another word out of the annoying woman's mouth nor engage in a conversation, so she shoved more chi into her sword to speed up and began descending toward the entrance. Vile bitch! Was all Stella heard behind her as she looked for a suitable place to land. The cultivators in the line below seemed to notice her presence as they all gazed up and began pointing. Remembering Elder Margaret's words, Stella put her hands behind her back, soared past the line of cultivators collecting entrance fees, and touched down in the much quieter area inside the entrance. Now where do I go? Stella wondered as she hopped off her sword and stowed it away. She scanned her surroundings for a clue, which was more challenging than she thought as there were no signs. Mistress! Stella spun around and faced a short woman with the familiar beautiful crimson hair of a redclaw. The woman also wore the same cloak as her with the fire insignia, confirming she was likely part of the Redclaw family. Yes. Stella replied, confused why the woman just stood there studying her face. You look familiar yet different. The woman narrowed her eyes, but then, noticing Stella's annoyed glare, she became flustered. Oh, sorry, I'm staring too much. What is your name? Rosalind. No family name. The woman asked with some concern. Clearly, a random Star Core cultivator flying in was a big worry. Stella rolled her eyes and pointed at the fire insignia on her robe. The woman relaxed slightly and then looked at the parchment in her hand. She read until the bottom of the second page before her eyes lit up. Ah, here you are, Miss Rosalind. You were added to the list last night, so I wasn't briefed about you. My apologies. Please follow me to the testing area. Stella was about to follow when a shadow loomed over them, followed by a small explosion. Stella sighed as Cassandra dropped from the flying boat and appeared beside her. Rosalind, you should go back and pay the entry fee. Cassandra gestured with her chin to the line of tournament workers. Only those with a family name have this privilege. Stella looked up to meet the towering woman's glowing blue eyes. Really? Why am I on the list to be shown in without paying, then? Cassandra snorted and walked past. Ha! Who cares about a list? I go where I please. To Stella's slight annoyance, the woman wasn't lying. Unlike her, who had been questioned by this Redclaw family member, Cassandra could just walk straight through with nobody daring to even look at her for more than a mere glance. Right this way, Mistress Rosalind, we will conduct your test in a quieter area along with the other nobles. The short woman said, pulling Stella out of her mood. With a wordless nod from her, the woman turned and led her deeper inside the Colosseum. To Stella's surprise, they spent some time walking along a corridor with glassless windows showing the stands and fighting area. The rogue cultivators will take their test out there. The woman gestured to the sandy pit that had been converted into a testing ground with tables and examiners, whereas you will conduct yours just through here. The woman gestured to an ajar side door with a Redclaw family member standing guard. The man gave Stella an odd look as she walked past and into the room. Stella gulped as she felt many pairs of eyes belonging to all the nobles turn to stare at her. She couldn't even look at the floor to escape their gazes as nightmares lurked in the mental mist from Ashlock's telepathy. The room she found herself in was rather lavish, with a high vaulted ceiling and decorated walls. If she had to guess, this was the relaxation room for nobles when they came to the Colosseum for any reason, as the place was well furnished with various lounge chairs surrounding small tables. However, at the far end was a large ornate table that looked rather out of place with 3 gray-robed middle-aged people standing behind it. Those must be the Academy people Elder Margaret was talking about. Stella concluded as she took a mentally hesitant but physically confident step into the room. She had the persona of the prideful Rosalind to portray after all. Although the room was large, the furniture was mostly occupied, and Stella didn't wish to stand awkwardly in the corner, so she began to seek a place to sit while she felt the intense gazes of the other nobles burn into her back. Eventually, she settled for a red sofa with a golden trim that was only half occupied by a small boy in the middle. Oddly, he had snow-white hair with streaks of crimson like blood. Stella found it interesting as she had never seen mixed hair like that before. Other than the boy, there was a large man that looked weirdly similar to Douglas perched on the end of the sofa. He gave her a disapproving look as he stood up, walked away as if repulsed by her presence, and stood near Cassandra Skyrand. Makes sense. Stella mused as she saw everyone's reactions. I am some unknown cultivator, whereas Cassandra is from the well-established Skyrand family. They have likely all known each other since they were young, or from previous social gatherings. How annoying. Stella really hated the awkwardness of the dead silent room with everyone staring at her as if she was some caged animal. She didn't even know where to look but was thankfully saved by one of the Academy people drawing everyone's attention. With everyone here, we can now begin the assessments. Cassandra Skyrand, please come and verify your knowledge and capabilities. With a wide grin, Cassandra strode over to the table. First, a simple question, the middle-aged man with gray hair said, name a Tier 1 pill. That's it. Stella's eyes widened a little. That almost felt a little too simple. Even some random mortal on the street should know at least a single Tier 1 pill. A minor wound cleansing pill, Cassandra answered, and the man nodded. Very good. Now please purify this small bundle of chi flowing grass. The man passed over a small bowl with a ball of grass in it. You have 10 minutes and will be marked based on the volume of impurities you remove. Stella's eyes narrowed. The chi flowing grass looked almost dead from decay. It was likely overflowing with impurities. Wasn't this test a little too simple? Were alchemists really this inadequate? The room became filled with thunderclaps and flashing lights as Cassandra blasted the ball of chi flowing grass with blue lightning arcing from her fingertips. Thankfully for everyone's ears, she was finished in a minute. The chi flowing grass had a healthier shade of green, but Stella doubted it was usable as an ingredient. The bowl was caked in a thin layer of burnt impurities that smelled awful. Honestly, Stella wasn't sure Cassandra would pass. Fantastic job, Cassandra Skyrend. You passed. The gray-haired man declared with a smile and gestured for a man Stella knew all too much about to approach the table. Dante Voidmind, you will be next. His gaze searched the room and landed on Stella. A slight smirk appeared on his lips, and Miss Rosalind will be the last. Stella felt weirdly targeted as all three examiners seemed to look at her with hostility. Chapter 155, The Preliminary Round. Stella felt very uncomfortable in the test room. Not only were the other nobles showing open hostility, but so were the examiners. Why did they look at me like that? Aren't the judges supposed to be from the academy to avoid being biased? Or is corruption unavoidable even in a situation like this? Stella scanned the room and pouted behind her mask. Maybe they are trying to appeal to one of the nobles here? Actually, now that I look a little closer, Stella realized that even with the lack of space on the lounge chairs, the way the various people were seated or positioned gave hints to a power dynamic or perhaps different factions within the group of nobles. It made sense that they weren't all equally friendly toward one another. Dante Voidmind, first I will ask a simple question. The middle-aged man with gray hair drew Stella's wandering gaze. As Cassandra Skyrend rightly pointed out, the minor wound cleansing pill is a Tier 1 pill. What type of wound is this simple Tier 1 pill unable to deal with? Stella narrowed her eyes as Dante thought up the answer. Isn't this question far more challenging than the one Cassandra had to answer? I mean, this seems to teeter on medical knowledge rather than alchemy. That's simple, Dante said after a second of thought. The minor wound cleansing pill can heal wounds inflicted with mortal weapons. However, it cannot deal with wounds infused with foreign chi. Very good. The examiner seemed slightly irritated that Dante knew the answer. With a nod to the person beside him, Dante was handed a small bowl with a tiny bundle of chi-flowing grass that looked healthy compared to the one Cassandra purified. Dante took the bundle of grass and placed it in his palm. Stella had to strain her neck to see what was happening, as it was difficult to track void chi through spiritual sight. Funnily enough, she didn't feel out of place as everyone else in the room was also trying to get a good look by peeking over each other. I will begin, Dante said calmly as a flash of void chi expanded out like a bubble, encompassing his entire hand. Not even a second later, the bubble retracted and was gone. Done, he said as he handed the bowl and bundle of chi-flowing grass to the examiner. The gray-haired man took the bowl and briefly inspected it. Where are the impurities? Gone. None should remain after the void's cleansing, Dante replied, which earned him a raised brow from the examiner. Stella was also skeptical. The chi-flowing grass from where she sat looked mostly the same, and she knew how hard it was to remove impurities. It was a mentally taxing process that took at least a bit of time. But Dante had done it so effortlessly in a second. If that were really possible, Stella was starting to feel a little doubtful that this tournament would be as easy to win as she had first thought. Well, this is a problem, the examiner stroked his stubble. The rules we set up clearly state that we measure based on the volume of impurities removed, as not all the examiners can detect impurities within the ingredients. If there are none, then you technically failed. So you will fail me, Dante replied with an eerie calmness as if challenging the examiner. The man seemed to glance over Dante's shoulder at someone in the room. Whoever it was had somehow given him good news as the man's face lit up a little. No, there is no problem. We will make an exception and pass you. TSK, Dante turned and walked straight for the door, his sunken eyes never looking at anyone as he left. There was an unspeakable tense atmosphere from everyone in the room, as if their lives hung in the balance of this one man's mood. Stella understood their feeling well. Void Chi had that uncanny ability to simply break the rules. She thought Void Chi couldn't get any more ridiculous, but the fact it could delete impurities so effortlessly caused her great concern. And if Elaine wasn't lied to, he plans to invade and somehow take over the city tomorrow? Luckily, it seems none of the other noble families here are that friendly with Dante, so he should be fighting alone with his own family, but they also seem somewhat terrified of him, so maybe they would help out his conquest purely out of fear of being next. The door quietly closing behind Dante broke Stella from her worried thoughts. Dante was a problem for tomorrow. For now, Stella planned to pass her first ever exam and not embarrass herself and ruin her Rosalind persona. With Dante gone, the ominous pressure subsided as the examiner sighed in relief and called on the next person, Roderick Terraforge. The large man that looked creepily similar to Douglas walked up to the table. Stella was very curious to see how someone with earth affinity could even perform alchemy. "This is your question," the examiner said as Roderick loomed over him. "Is there a limit to the number of pills a person can take in one day?" "Depends on the pill," Roderick answered. Stella swore she heard Douglas for a second as they sounded so similar. "Most can be taken as many times as the cultivator wishes, but it will have diminishing returns." "Good enough answer." The examiner noted down something on his parchment and then handed over the bowl with chi flowing grass. "Just like the others before you, please remove as many impurities as possible within the next 10 minutes. "Can I use some mud?" Roderick asked, and after some contemplation, the examiner nodded. "Fine, but I will need to check it over." So he can't use the earth chi stored within himself to conduct alchemy. Already off to a bad start, but I didn't expect the Terraforge family to be any good at alchemy in the first place. Stella felt like she should start making a mental list of those that would be her greatest opponents. So far, Dante was way at the top, with Cassandra annoyingly in second place. Although her question had been simple, she had removed a good amount of impurities in a quick time frame with her lightning. The process was just a bit messy. While Stella had been thinking, the examiner had finished verifying there was nothing odd about the clump of mud Roderick had presented him with. "Okay, with that out of the way, you have 10 minutes, the examiner declared. "Please begin." Roderick wasted no time pushing the chi-flowing grass into the mud that greedily absorbed the bundle. He then closed his eyes and placed his fingertips into the mud. It began to ripple, and after a minute, Stella started seeing black specks floating to the mud's surface. How strange. Is he manipulating mud through those ever-changing pathways to push out the impurities? That sounds very slow and messy. As expected, a full 10 minutes went by and the examiner had to snap the large man out of his meditation by tapping his arm. "Test is over." Roderick frowned. "Already?" "Yes," the examiner nodded impatiently. "Now dispel all the impurities from the mud into the bowl so I may check your results." Roderick grumbled as he withdrew the mud, leaving behind the chi-flowing grass in a worse state and a small pile of impurities. "You damaged the ingredient but produced the required pile of impurities." The examiner tapped the parchment in his hand with his ornate pen. "I would count this as a pass but of the lowest grade." Roderick seemed pleased with the result as he strode across the room and returned to his seat near Cassandra. From how Cassandra smiled at him, Stella concluded they had a positive relationship. Not quite to the point of best friends, more like friendly acquaintances. But what do I know? Do I even have an acquaintance? I guess Douglas would be one, but I never really smile at him. Should I smile more? As Stella began to feel even more alone than she already was while isolated from the others in the room, the examiner called up the next person. "Celeste Starweaver, please step forward." Stella watched as a beautiful woman walked by. Her midnight black hair with streaks of blue and gold seemed to have a gravity of its own as it went all the way to her feet like a cape. Which wasn't that far as she was relatively short, around Diana's height. The examiner scratched the top of his head. "So, for a question. What is the difference between affinities when it comes to alchemy?" "I don't understand," Celeste said calmly, like the tranquil moon. "That is too broad of a question." "Ahem, let me rephrase it a bit then," the examiner smiled. "Why would one affinity be superior to another when it comes to alchemy?" "Compatibility." Celeste didn't seem very confident. "Every affinity has its strengths and weaknesses. The more powerful the affinity, usually the harder it is to cultivate or source chi for. To answer your question, some affinities have more finesse, making them better suited. The three examiners talked among themselves as Celeste stood there awkwardly. Eventually, they shook their heads. Although your answer is somewhat correct, the gray-haired man said, it was too long-winded and went off topic, so I will have to fail you. Stella blinked as she heard their verdict. A noble actually failed. Is that even possible? Celeste sighed as she turned to leave, but the man stopped her. Wait, although you failed the question, if you can remove the impurities, then you can still pass. Wow, really? Celeste spun around. The man nodded and handed her the bowl with the grass. Just like everyone else, you have 10 minutes. Celeste's hair rippled with power as silver specks began to collect around her hands. Even from afar, Stella could feel such immense power despite the girl being in the soul fire realm. The bundle of grass floated up from the bowl, suspended between her two hands, surrounded with cosmic specks. So this is the power of cosmic affinity. Sure does seem powerful. Stella narrowed her eyes, eager not to miss a thing. However, nothing was happening. Celeste's eyes remained closed, and Stella could feel an immense amount of chi being used, but she couldn't see anything physically happening. Phew, Celeste said as her eyes fluttered open and her hair relaxed. The silver specks orbiting her hands seemingly vanished, and the bundle of chi-flowing grass dropped to the bowl below. Done. The examiner frowned. No impurities. Just like Dante. Celeste shrugged. I used cosmic radiation to obliterate the impurities. There should only be a few left. I see. The examiner inspected the grass and sighed. There are indeed few impurities left, so I guess you can pass this round. Woohoo! Celeste threw her hands up in glee and then wandered off. None of the other nobles offered an ounce of excitement for her accomplishment, so Stella guessed the Starweaver family was either weak or had bad ties with the noble families present. Much like Dante Voidmind, Celeste Starweaver paid little attention to the others and waltzed out of the room, closing the door behind her. She was quite the character, Ashlock said as quietly as possible in her mind to avoid causing her mental fatigue. And one to be feared. She used far too much chi on a test, but if used offensively, that cosmic radiation could be as dangerous as void chi. Stella shuddered. How had this seemingly simple test been such a humbling experience? Had she been getting overconfident? How did such monsters in human skin like this exist? Maybe she got flustered, but she must have used a week's worth of chi on that one purification, Ashlock continued. Definitely powerful, but much like Dante Voidmind, the amount of chi they have to use to purify an ingredient that fast and thoroughly is not sustainable. I see, that makes sense, Stella mentally sighed, but since it's a 2-day tournament, they have a massive advantage then. Don't worry about them. Your primary focus is Cassandra Skyrend. Stella pouted behind her mask. Although that was technically true. Now that she was this deep in, she wanted to win it all. Kane Azurcrest, please come take the test. Stella looked to the side and saw the person sitting beside her get up. Kane brushed his long white hair with streaks of crimson to the side, giving Stella a look at his face. He had decent features, but an unmistakable aura of exhaustion overshadowed him. Only now did she realize Kane wasn't a child but a teenager as he walked over to the table. Everyone still in the room seemed disinterested in Kane, but Stella was curious how an air affinity cultivator planned to remove impurities. Okay, simple question. What is the highest tier of pill? Kane looked up at the examiner and answered in a tired tone, the heavenly tier is the highest. And what tier number is that? 2 questions. Kane asked, and the examiner smiled. You know why I'm asking 2 questions. Don't play dumb with me. Kane gulped as if caught in the act and swiftly answered, it's the 8th tier. Good. Now here's the chi-flowing grass. Why did he have to answer twice? Stella wondered as Kane placed the grass in his palm and closed his eyes. A small tornado of light gray flames shot forth from Kane's right hand and picked up the grass. What then surprised Stella was crimson flames like the red claws pouring from his left hand and joining the tornado. The swirling, flaming tornado enveloped the grass. Kane seems to be a dual affinity. Those are rare. How did that happen? Stella also wanted to know. She ran through some ideas as she watched the mesmerizing display of duality when an idea hit her. Didn't Diana kill someone from the Azure Crest family because they were a nocturne? Oh, good thinking. Diana mentioned that everyone in the Azure Crest family was forced to take on a nocturne. So maybe Cain has a nocturne inside him? Stella nodded slightly as the fire tornado ceased and Cain stepped back. The grass landed in the bowl alongside a pile of soot that was likely the impurities. Good job, you passed. The examiner marked on his parchment, glanced up, and instantly met eyes with Stella. Your turn now, Miss Rosalind. Stella stood up and felt everyone's eyes on her except Cain, who walked past her and quietly sat on the lounge chair. So Dante, Cain, and Celeste aren't part of this mini-faction of nobles. Stella surveyed the room and noted that House Skyrend and Terraforge seemed to be working together. Stella strode forward with as much fake confidence as possible and tried to ignore the examiner's sly smile. First, a simple question. The word Stella had heard so many times today sounded particularly sinister this time. Tell me about the Bodhi heart pill. Stella tilted her head slightly and only just about managed to hold back from shouting in this man's face. Asking a vague question about an obscure pill nobody has heard about was supposed to be on the same level as name any tier 1 pill. This was so obviously a setup that Stella almost didn't want to play their stupid game. Luckily if they planned to cheat, so did she, just better. Treat a little help? Stella asked mentally. One moment, that pill isn't used in the Blood Lotus sect, so Elder Margaret is poring through a book to find its description right now. Stella felt the gazes of Cassandra and Roderick on her back, and as the seconds passed, she saw the edges of the examiner's smile widen. Rosalind, if you can't answer, that is fine. We can continue to the next step. Elder Margaret found it, Ashlock quickly informed her, the Bodhi heart pill is. Stella's laughed in the examiner's face as Ashlock relayed the information. Why would I shy away from such a simple question, examiner? Although I have to wonder how the details of a pill only found in the Celestial Empire could be relevant to us. Well, the examiner's smile faltered slightly. It's important to know our enemy's pill repertoire. Don't you agree? Such deep foresight as expected at someone currently working at the academy here in Darklight City. Stella sneered. But since you asked, the Bodhi heart pill is said to increase one's wisdom and understanding of the universe, allowing the user to break through mental barriers and comprehend profound truths. Stella then crossed her arms. Now, I don't know about you, but that doesn't seem like a significant pill for someone like me to know about. The examiner nervously chuckled and looked down at his parchment. You make a good point. Perhaps I made a mistake and read out the wrong question. I think you picked the wrong person to mess with, Stella snorted, but go ahead, keep up the act. There is no act, Miss Rosalind. It was a simple mistake on my part. The man glanced down at the parchment in his slightly shaking hand. How about another question? Didn't I answer your simple question already? Stella shook her head as if deeply sad to think the academy would allow a delusional old man with a declining memory to serve as a teacher. Fine, the examiner brought up an empty bowl despite the fact there were other bowls with chi-flowing grass already on the table. His spatial ring flashed, and a bundle of grass with a quality that Stella recognized appeared in the bowl. You passed the first round. Now all you need to do to qualify for the tournament tomorrow is remove enough impurities from this bundle of grass. He smirked as he set the bowl down in front of Stella. You have 10 minutes, starting now. Chapter 156, Death Sentence. Stella ignored the examiner's words to start. Her focus was entirely on the chi-flowing grass presented to her. She picked it up, and after spending a moment to check, she let out a small sigh of relief behind her mask. It's not one of yours, tree, Stella said mentally, although I almost thought it was. Thankfully, there are still some impurities in here, so there's no way it can be yours. That's a relief. I thought Elder Margaret had let my plants enter circulation for a second, which would have been terrible news as it would mean she somehow stole from the cavern and betrayed me. You didn't want her to distribute the plants for the tournament? Stella asked. No, at least not yet. Because the plants are too perfect, their use in a tournament like this is questionable. Ashlock mused. Also, now that I understand their value, the other families may get suspicious if the Red Claws start handing out perfect chi-flowing grass for use by novices in a tournament. I see, Stella muttered as she inspected the chi-flowing grass in her hand. Seeing the grin on the examiner's face made Stella grind her teeth behind the mask. Deciding enough was enough, she held up the near-perfect chi-flowing grass and glared at Cassandra Skyrend behind her. I didn't know the lofty Skyrend family would need to stoop so low to protect their fragile egos to the point of bribing the examiners and tampering with the ingredients, Stella said with calm fury. How much did you even pay for this near-perfect chi flowing grass? Was it all the allowance Daddy gave you? Cassandra's eye twitched. Those are bold accusations, Rosalind. What evidence do you have that I have done such things? And you should stop wasting time accusing me. Time is ticking, after all. Stella reined in her anger and focused on the task, as Cassandra wasn't wrong. Time was ticking, and if not for the Mind Fortress pill helping numb her mind, she would be unable to concentrate, knowing that Cassandra was staring at her back with amusement. Are there enough impurities in that grass to pass the test? Ashlock's voice helped Stella drown out the rest of the room and find a solution. She could throw her hands up and call them out on their bullshit, but that would feel less satisfying than beating them at their own game. No, even if I removed every last one, it doesn't have enough, assuming the number of impurities Roderick Terraforge removed is the passing mark. Have you got a plan? I think so. Stella's eyes briefly flickered to the bowls of impurity-riddled chi flowing grass right in front of her, just an arm's reach away and under the noses of the examiners. The way I remove impurities may not be as fast as void chi or flashy as lightning, but I have one massive advantage: I can remove impurities from afar with spatial chi. I plan to steal a few impurities from each of the other chi flowing grass bundles on the table, Stella said mentally. Could you flood this area with spatial chi for me? Just around the table? Ashlock asked, or do you want the whole room suffocating in my chi? Stella glanced up and locked eyes with the examiner while mentally replying to Ash, encompass the table and the examiners. Filling the entire room would be overkill and unrealistic. Got it, Ashlock replied, and just as the examiner was returning a slightly confused expression due to her staring at him, the area around Stella exploded with spatial chi so pure and dense that it was almost suffocating even for Stella. All three examiners stumbled back to avoid being killed by the star core chi that was far too dense for any normal human. The gray-haired man furrowed his brows as he glared at Stella. What is the meaning of this? For you to present me with such a high-quality ingredient, it would be an insult to the art of alchemy for me not to go all out. Stella tilted her head, her grin obscured by the cloth mask. Wouldn't you agree, examiner? The gray-haired man gulped and nodded slowly. It was clear to Stella that the man was unsure what to do in this situation, and she relished in it briefly before getting back to work as a few minutes had already been wasted. A minute was spent trying to remove a few impurities from the already purified chi flowing grass in her hand. This was done for the sole reason of deliberately leaving a slight trace of spatial chi in the grass so if anyone checked, they could confirm she had retrieved the impurities from this plant. Slowly specks of impurities formed next to the grass in the bowl under the scrutiny of the examiners. Stella kept her eyes closed to not show any signs of losing concentration as she switched her focus to an impurity-rich chi-flowing grass in another bowl nearby. Her heart was pounding in her chest as she very carefully made use of the incredibly pure and dense spatial chi all around her from Ash to obscure her retrieval of impurities. A tiny rift popped into existence over the impurities pile and deposited some impurities that had come from another chi-flowing grass bundle. The examiners seemed none the wiser as this had been the exact same process as before. And they had no way to spiritually check for the anchor point of the portal as it was hidden under the shroud of Ash's chi. Stella held back a smirk as she moved on to the next chi-flowing grass, removing only a minimal amount from each and leaving no trace of spatial chi behind to avoid suspicion. As time passed and Stella felt the end of her 10 minutes approaching, she felt the Mind Fortress pill begin to wear away. The mental strain of performing alchemy without even having physical touch on the ingredient was so draining that Stella only managed to remove a minuscule amount, even with cheating. As the examiner spoke up, the pile was only about the size of Roderick Terraforge. Time's up. Please pull in your chi and gather all the impurities into the bowl so I may verify its amount. Stella felt Ashlock release his hold on the chi and let it disperse into the room. The examiner leaned forward to inspect the small pile of impurities and Stella saw a flash of surprise on his face before he quickly put back on his act. Cassandra also walked over and loomed behind Stella, clearly interested in the contents of the bowl. Kane Azir Crest and Roderick Terraforge remained seated on the lounge chairs, with only Roderick showing a hint of interest in her results. TSK, this Skyrend bitch doesn't even care about being so obvious. Is her family name giving her the arrogance to cheat in the tournament this blatantly? Actually, even if they killed a Redclaw, nothing much would be done about it, so compared to that, what is cheating in a random tournament run by a lesser family? Stella smiled behind the mask. Of course, that would have been true with the old Redclaws, but now that the Ashfallen sect is in charge, none of these bastards will be repeating their mistakes. Ahem, the gray-haired examiner grinned as he put down a bowl with traces of mud and a pile of impurities next to Stella's. Even with a quick glance, it's clear that you have slightly less impurities than Roderick, who I gave a barely passing grade to. Well, we all know what that means, Cassandra smirked. The infamous Rosalind that dared challenge the Skyrend family was the only noble unable to pass the preliminary round. Isn't that right, examiner? Stella stayed silent as the examiner nodded to Cassandra. That is correct. She is just slightly below the pass threshold. Therefore Rosalind failed. Cassandra burst out laughing. You're just a pretty face that deserves to be chained outside our doorstep. To think you, a nameless cultivator hired by the Redclaw dogs, dared to humiliate us and thought you could get away with it. What's this then? Stella reached forward and calmly pushed the bundle of near-perfect chi-flowing grass to the side of the bowl, exposing another small pile of impurities underneath that had been obscured from sight by the grass. In your own words, examiner, I was to gather all the impurities into the bowl, which I have done, Stella said, and enjoyed seeing the examiner frown and Cassandra's eye twitch. It's not my fault you rushed to conclusions without verifying all of the impurities in the bowl, Stella said as she reached forward and, with her finger, pushed the two piles together to form one taller and wider than Roderick's. In fact, it would even be clear to a blind bat that Stella had gathered more impurities. There was an awkward silence as the examiner and Cassandra seemed to communicate with one another via irritated facial expressions. Stella chuckled. It's a shame you set the bar so low so you could pass Roderick. You cheated, the examiner said hesitantly. You had to have gotten the impurities from somewhere else. Did you bring them in with you? Hidden in your clothes or perhaps your spatial ring? Stella raised a brow. Even if I did, how are you so sure? Are you suggesting there wasn't this amount of impurities in the chi-flowing grass you provided me with? Yes. No, you idiot, Cassandra tried to interrupt the man, but Stella had already gotten him to admit what she wanted. So if what you say is true, then the chi-flowing grass you provided me didn't contain enough impurities to give me a chance to pass the test. Stella crossed her arms and enjoyed the despair on the man's face. Therefore, it was rigged from the start. To Stella's surprise, the examiner nervously doubled down. Ahem, even if I admit that you still cheated somehow and I can disqualify you. But then I will report you to the academy, and you will be fired. Stella retorted and didn't like the crazed look in the man's eyes. Guess we are both going down then. The man grinned and tapped his parchment. I disqualify you for cheating, that will be all. The test is over. Stella was speechless at this man's shamelessness. Was there no honor left in this world? No integrity. I deposited Elder Margaret in a nearby corridor via a portal. She will arrive any second. Stella perked up behind her mask as the door abruptly opened behind her. She didn't even turn to look at the new arrival and instead enjoyed the examiner and Cassandra's brief expressions of pure annoyance. Elder Margaret, how may I assist you? The examiner said with a pleasant smile that made Stella's skin crawl. I just came to check up on the test to ensure everything is running smoothly. Elder Margaret stopped next to Stella. How are the results thus far? Everyone except Rosalind here has already passed, the examiner calmly explained. We were just verifying her results and have suspicions that she cheated. Stella smirked behind her mask as Elder Margaret raised a brow. Oh? How do you believe she has cheated? That's a very grave accusation to make against a noble. She's not a noble, Cassandra muttered, which earned her a harsh look from Elder Margaret. You mean she isn't a noble that you know about? Elder Margaret retorted. I would keep your thoughts to yourself or risk earning the ire of someone you can't offend. Cassandra snorted. Yeah, right, as if that person exists. Elder Margaret ignored Cassandra and turned back to the examiner. So, how did she cheat? Well, the gray-haired man scratched the back of his neck. I believe she obtained impurities from somewhere else. Interesting. Is this hers? Elder Margaret pointed to the bowl with bits of mud caking the bowl. No, that is Roderick Terraforge's, the examiner stated. This is her bowl. Perfect, so neither has an awe-inspiring amount of impurities. but Rosalind's clearly has more, so she should pass on the volume collect alone. However, you claim she sourced them from somewhere else? Elder Margaret mused as she picked up the chi-flowing grass from Stella's bowl and closed her eyes. A moment later, after Cassandra and the examiner exchanged a glance, Elder Margaret opened her eyes with a frown. This chi-flowing grass has had almost all of the impurities removed, and I detect some spatial chi left over within the grass. Therefore, Rosalind either lost impurities, or this chi-flowing grass was of far too high purity for this test to begin with. So which one is it? The examiner cycled through contemplation and despair before finally giving up. Elder Margaret, your words of wisdom have opened my eyes to this confused situation. I was unaware of the chi-flowing grass's purity and therefore made an almost terrible mistake. The examiner bowed deeply to the point his nose touched the table. I hope you can forgive my foolishness. So you agree she passes the test? Elder Margaret asked, and the examiner nodded, hitting his forehead against the table. I do. What about you two? Elder Margaret sternly asked the two assistant examiners. Do you agree? They glanced at one another and nodded. We were just following the chief examiner's guidance. You're both rats working for the Skyrend family with no backbone, is what you mean to say. Stella resisted, rolling her eyes. These people were beyond infuriating to the point she felt her hands itching to shove a dagger in their faces. Well then, that solves this minor issue. Congratulations, Rosalind, you and all the other nobles have been cleared to participate in the main event tomorrow, Elder Margaret said as she turned to leave. And you three examiners, I will be putting a word in about your performance today with the Academy. And with those parting words, she left the room under the gazes of Cassandra, Roderick, and the three examiners. Kainazir Crest didn't seem bothered by anything happening and mostly sat silently, looking at the floor. Fine, you win this round. But let's see if you can also cheat in the finals, Cassandra sneered as she left the room alongside Roderick, who shot her a scowl. Stella ignored them and turned to the examiners, who all backed up a step under her glare. She debated saying something but held back with all her might and silently left, passing Cain on the way out. The guard gave her a nod, but she didn't return it as she was too preoccupied with manifesting a portal to escape the Colosseum's grounds. Stepping out into a nearby alleyway with piles of trash, she let out a sigh. I'm surprised you didn't try to kill them, Ashlock chuckled. You from just a month ago would be calling for their slaughter. Stella leaned against a nearby wall and clutched her hair in her hands. What can I say? I've grown up and learned to tolerate annoying people. I guess you have. Are you all right? You seem exhausted. Stella massaged her forehead. The Mind Fortress pill's effects have worn off and I'm in a terrible mood. Could you retract your telepathy, Ash? Sure. Do you need a portal back to Red Vine Peak? No thanks. Since I am already here, I will walk around the city to clear my thoughts. Alright, see you later. Stella felt Ash's presence withdraw and finally felt the pressure on her soul subside. Performing alchemy in such an advanced and stressful way had worn down her mind, and she needed to relax. Exiting the alleyway, she began walking in a random direction. The stroll was supposed to be a peaceful one, but with every step, her anger only grew. She knew it was childish to give in to her rage, and she didn't want to become one of those young mistresses that killed anyone that offended them, but in this instance, she felt justified. Ceased, Maple. She whispered as she stepped into a nearby alleyway and distorted her voice with spatial chi. A second later, she felt some weight on her head, and reaching up, she felt a fluffy paw grasp it. After giving some head rubs, Stella requested in a low voice, hoping Ash wouldn't hear her, Maple, if you can kill those three examiners, I will buy you some acorns. They were nasty people working for a lady who wanted me chained up like a dog. Maple tapped her forehead with his paw and then vanished in a bubble of void chi, leaving Stella alone in the alleyway. A smile spread across her lips as she exited the alleyway and hummed a happy tune to herself. Now, where do I find some lovely roasted acorns? Chapter 157, Interlude, New Lands. Dante's eyes widened, and all the color drained from his ghoulish face. That was not me, and father should still be back in Slimer. Is uncle back? Clive lowered his head. It hasn't been confirmed, but if Theren Skyrend's description of the attack is to be believed, I fear even your father could not produce such an attack. Without delay, Dante strode out of the void chamber and followed Clive down the corridor. Elaine watched her brothers departing back, and wondered how she could get the information she just learned back to the Ash Fallen sect. Chapter 158 An Insane Plan. After watching Stella tour the city for a while, Ashlock switched his focus back to Red Vine Peak. The day of reckoning was soon upon him, and he started panicking a little. The tournament's main event was set to begin tomorrow afternoon, and he had yet to devise a solid plan to counter Dante Voidmind's invasion. Information about the invasion was lacking, and so were his options for counterattacking such an attack due to the destructive power of Void Chi, which made anyone who cultivated it challenging to defeat as it didn't really have any counters. If it's just Dante Voidmind attacking, I could defeat him with Consuming Abyss or send Bob to defeat him. Ashlock mused. I could even tell the Grand Elder to try and wear him out, as once Dante is out of Void Chi, he will have no way to replenish the spent Chi. Ashlock knew he could win in a battle of attrition with his immunity to Void Chi and his ability to acquire Chi through devouring monsters and from his vast network of trees. The issue was the location of where the invasion would take place. I had some suspicions of why Dante would wait until the finale of the alchemy tournament to attack, and now it's so obvious. He doesn't want to waste his precious Void Chi, so he needs a location where many of the Red Claws are grouped together so he can threaten them all at once. He also needs a stage where he can force the Red Claws to surrender the city to him in front of all the other noble families present to make it more official. Ashlock was at a loss. Should he cancel the tournament to deny Dante the stage he desired for his invasion and risk the Red Claws losing face or angering the other families present? If it was just Dante Voidmind and nobody else, and there was no risk of angering his family by killing him, then crushing him wouldn't be too much of an issue. However, if he brings multiple Voidmind elders, Stella's safety alongside everyone else at the Colosseum will be at risk. Ashlock mused as he absent-mindedly watched the mist swirl around the wall of demonic trees encircling him as he tried to think of a way out of this. But he was broken from his wandering thoughts when he felt a wave of pain through the root network. He had naturally tuned out most sensations, as ever since he became fused with all of his offspring, he had been bombarded with a mixture of emotions and pain. Sometimes some kid from Darklight City that doesn't know any better would hang off a weak branch of one of his offspring, causing it to snap, which obviously made the demonic tree cry out to him in pain. Other times it was a monster or animal that would lean against a tree out in the wilderness, causing it distress. All these were such minor things that Ashlock didn't have the time or resources to try and solve all these problems, so he simply ignored them. But this time, it was different. It was a hot, sharp pain like someone stabbing a knife into his foot, so his vision blurred as he went to investigate. To his surprise, he found Elaine in the garden of the Voidmind mansion, quickly carving runic words with her nail into the exposed root of a demonic tree that had snuck under their wall. If only my roots were considered part of my body and were immune to Void Chi like my trunk. Ashlock hissed as he tried to ignore the searing pain, then this wouldn't hurt so much. What is she even doing? Curious, Ashlock tried to read the words carved into the fused root between him and his offspring. Skyrend Mansion was destroyed by Void Chi. Dante speaking to Theren. Brother thinks the Elder is back and learned a way to ascend. My family wants Darklight City, so they will be allocated more airships to evacuate the Beast Tide. Wait, what? Ashlock reread the words too. Make sure he wasn't misreading them. The Skyrend Mansion was destroyed by Void Chi. Unless it was someone from the Voidmind family, Maple is the only one I know who can use Void Chi. And what's this about airships? Ashlock debated using Progeny Dominion to take over the tree right next to the wall so he could talk to Elaine directly with Abyssal Whispers. Alas, he wanted to save the S-grade skill for tomorrow, and Elaine was unlikely to withstand his telepathy without the help of Stella's Mind Fortress pills, so that wasn't a smart idea. Before Elaine could write any more ancient runes, she stood up as a guard of the Voidmind family was approaching from behind. Mistress, is everything all right? The guard asked calmly. Elaine smiled at the robed cultivator while blocking the view of the root with her body. Of course, I was just wandering the garden and thought I saw something interesting, but it turned out to be nothing worth my curiosity. Then forgive my questioning. The man bowed slightly. Your brother requested you return inside as his talk with Theren Skyrend concluded. Elaine nodded and followed the guard back inside the mansion that Ashlock had no way to peek inside. However, by casting Eye of the Tree God and looking from above, he could see Theren leaving the mansion's grounds with a deep frown. The giant man didn't say anything on his walk back to the Skyrend mansion, which was a few roads away. Once he arrived, Ashlock was baffled when he saw a large hole directly in the center of the mansion, as if a god had come down and pulverized it. Through the hole, he could see most of the main room within the mansion. Marble statues. Really? They seemed like they had never stayed here, yet there are statues. Ashlock was a little happy to see a few of them had been damaged alongside the massive gashes on the floor. He didn't like them after hearing and seeing how they had treated Stella. This definitely looks like the work of Maple, Ashlock sighed, but what prompted that nightmare squirrel to attack the Skyrend family? Ashlock quickly glanced over the city but was unable to locate Stella. Returning his view to Red Vine Peak, he was about to ask Larry to go find them when he noticed Stella was lounging on the bench under his shade and feeding Maple roasted acorns. Stella never buys Maple acorns. Ashlock became very suspicious. Tree. Stella seemed to somehow notice his spiritual gaze. If your attention is back here, feel free to use telepathy. I have recovered enough to handle it. Ashlock cast abyssal whispers and saw Stella wince. She quickly swallowed one of her Mind Fortress pills and then let out a sigh of relief. Okay, Tree, you can speak now. Did you send Maple to attack the Skyrend family? Stella's hand, giving Maple a head rub, paused. No. I did offer acorns if Maple killed the examiners, though. I see. Did you know Maple destroyed half the Skyrend family's mansion? Oh, how unfortunate. Stella shook her head and grinned. Bah, who am I kidding? That is a great outcome. I hate that family with a passion. Having finished the last acorn and seeing Stella wasn't giving any head pats, Maple sprawled out on Stella's head and fell asleep. Seeing Maple's exhaustion, Ashlock could only lament that one of his trump cards had been seemingly wasted. There has to be some way I can use this situation. Ashlock thought back to the words Elaine had written on the route. Dante apparently thinks the Elder has returned. Is that because of Maple's void chi? I'll ask the girls. Hey Stella, I got some news from Elaine. Wait, Stella turned to look toward the water chi demonic trees. Diana, come over here. Tree has some news from Elaine for us. Diana seemed unresponsive as she was deep in meditation, so Stella opened a portal beside the bench and put her arm through to poke Diana. Ashlock watched in amusement as Diana's eyes opened, and she glanced around in confusion while rubbing the spot on her cheek where Stella had poked her. What? She murmured while still half confused, but brightened up a little when she saw Stella waving to her. Getting up and walking over, Diana asked, "Since when did you get back? How did the test go?" I passed, but I went for a stroll after the test to clear my head, so I only just got back. Stella sighed. Can you believe those Skyrend bastards had paid off the examiners to ask me about a pill from the Celestial Empire, and then they gave me an already purified ingredient and told me to purify it. Diana snorted. Did you really expect those egotistical bastards to play fair? It's obvious that they would rather die than face humiliation, so I'm surprised they didn't just try to murder you or something. They didn't go quite that far. Stella awkwardly laughed, but I might have. You did what? Diana's eyes widened. I might have gotten a little angry and asked Maple to kill the examiners. Stella smiled, but it's fine now. I am no longer angry. Diana let out a sigh of relief. Phew, I thought you actually went through with it for a second. I did, though. Stella tilted her head in confusion. Diana was in disbelief. Maple actually killed them. Well, obviously. Stella rolled her eyes. Why would I be in such a good mood otherwise? Oh wait, Tree had something to tell us. Don't try and change the subject. Diana crossed her arms and glared at Stella and Maple. You can't kill people from the academy like that. They are sent by the Blood Lotus sect. Oh. Stella seemed to realize the gravity of her actions. That's not good. No, of course not. Diana grumbled and then turned to look at Ashlock. What did you need to tell us? Stella relayed this to Diana. Elaine told me that the Skyrend mansion was destroyed by Void Chi and that Dante spoke with Theren. Apparently, Dante Void Mind thinks the head librarian is back and has learned a way to ascend. This is a big deal because their bloodline is cursed and doesn't allow them past the nascent soul realm. Also, the purpose behind the invasion is because the Void Mind family wants to be allocated more airships for the evacuation. Does Diana have any good plans that make use of this information? After repeating his words to Diana, the black-haired girl fell into deep contemplation and began pacing around the courtyard. She even began muttering to herself, which earned her a concerned look from Stella. Diana, are you all right? Stella asked after Diana completed her third circuit around the hole in the courtyard center. Shush, I am so close to a solution. Diana waved her off and continued pacing. She started drawing in the air, and the muttering only worsened. Eventually, as the sun began to set, Diana finally paused mid-stride. I got it. She shouted, but her monotone voice made her sound more exhausted than excited. Stella was shocked out of her trance where she had been petting Maple and just watching Diana pacing about. What's your idea? Okay, it's a little far-fetched, but if we do it perfectly, I might have a way out of this, Diana said, and that was all Ashlock needed to hear to feel some hope. Diana paused to compile her chaotic thoughts and then tried to slowly explain, as we are right now, we have no chance at defeating House Voidmind or Skyrend. Both are top-tier families for their fighting capabilities and political power within the Blood Lotus sect. So our best solution here is to fight neither. Well, obviously, Ashlock didn't wish to fight either. Even with his immunity to the void and ability to give lightning chi resistance fruit to his allies, he still didn't want to try and resist the full wrath of one of these families. If it were up to him, everyone would leave him alone, let him power up to be stronger than the Blood Lotus Patriarch, and then he would either overtake the sect or use his newfound power to fend off the beast tide. Stella frowned. Diana, did you forget that Maple kinda obliterated the Skyrend family's mansion and killed 3 examiners? Diana raised a finger. Let me finish, as that event might be our best bet. We need to sow discord between the 2 families. Have them fight each other rather than us. Is that even possible? Stella sat back and tapped her chin. I really don't understand all of this sect politics stuff. Diana grinned. Well, it's a good thing I do. Now listen here. This is how we can get them to fight each other. And hopefully, if I am not being insane, I won't be causing the death of us all. Idolatry daily sign in system. Day 3531. Daily credit 4. Sacrifice credit 52. Sign in. Ashlock awoke the next day with a pit in his non-existent stomach. Everyone knew their roles to make this insane plan successful, as they had discussed at length until dusk. But so much relied on their acting skills that Ashlock wasn't exactly happy to bet their continued existence on it. Alas, despite how insane it was, Ashlock had to admit it was their best bet. Once his mind had awoken, his vision blurred as he checked up on the cavern. As expected, he saw Stella standing beside a burning cauldron fruit with a line of ingredients on the earthen bowl's rim, including Mind Fortress fruit. Stella had been hard at work throughout the night to improve her alchemy skills for the main event today, as she needed all the practice she could get to humiliate Cassandra in front of a live crowd. According to Stella, the Skyrend woman had been somewhat competent at alchemy, and since it was almost guaranteed that Cassandra would try and cheat somehow, Stella needed to be on top of her game. Her alchemy practice also doubled as a chance to make more Mind Fortress pills, as everyone would need one for today's plan. Since Stella was still busy and there were many hours until the afternoon when the main event began, Ashlock returned his sights to the peak. Diana had already left to meet with the Redclaws and the Silverspires on Red Vine Peak, as without their complete cooperation, today could be his last. Larry arrived in the courtyard as the sun bathed it in golden morning light with a sack of corpses on his back, which relieved Ashlock. He had been searching for monsters to devour for points near his demonic tree wall but hadn't found many, so he only had 50 credits stockpiled. Did you have a good hunt? Yes, master. I had a glorious feast befitting of a king, and now I am here to bestow upon you the finest delicacies of my hunt, Larry said in his gruff, almost Scottish accent as he unraveled the silk bag and deposited a small group of monster corpses onto the ground. Ashlock greedily devoured the corpses with thorn-covered vines. Plus 107 SC. Only 100 credits. Is this really the best of what you found? Ashlock asked Larry, and the spider made a poor attempt at a bow. Master, this useless servant must apologize. I was hunting from dusk till dawn and only encountered a few monsters. My speech about a feast earlier was a joke in poor taste. There was almost nothing to eat. These truly are the best of the bunch I found. I would never lie to Master. Okay, this is enough for the plan today. Ashlock couldn't imagine needing to use his consuming abyss skill for longer than 2 hours. Larry hissed in excitement. When do we begin the plan, Master? Patience, my many-legged friend, Ashlock chuckled, only a few more hours to go. Time passed quickly, and soon enough, the sun sat high in the sky, signifying the main event would begin soon. Right on time, Stella teleported to the peak after changing into her Rosalind persona. Is Diana here yet? Ashlock checked the white stone palace courtyard with Eye of the Tree God and saw an exhausted Sebastian reluctantly shaking Diana's hand beside a grinning Redclaw Grand Elder. Deciding their talks were likely concluded, Ashlock created a portal and brought Diana over. Did they agree to the plan? Stella asked with excitement, and by Diana's mood, the answer was obvious. You bet they did. Are you ready to start the greatest civil war in the Blood Lotus sect's history? Diana spread her arms and grinned. Today, Theren and Cassandra Skyrend will die. Chapter 159, The Crowd's Roar. To kill the Skyrend family and blame it on Dante Voidmind was the focal point of the grand plan. Everything being done today was to set the stage for that moment. Yet after Diana's great news regarding the agreement of the Redclaws and Silver Spires to the insane plan that might start a great civil war within the Blood Lotus sect, she remained excited as if she still had something even more ridiculous to tell them. Spit it out, Diana, Stella said. I can tell you have more news by that look on your face. Diana chuckled as if the news was too funny to share. Eventually, she gathered herself and explained, when I went over this morning to tell the Redclaws the plan, I happened to bump into someone rather unexpected. Who? Stella asked. Cassandra Skyrend, Diana said thoughtfully. My heart froze as for a moment, I thought she had figured something out, and my mind was racing with so many questions, but she just casually walked past me without any interest as if I were a bug. It took a good minute for me to regain my composure. Stella's eyes were wide with shock, and Ashlock was also baffled. What was Cassandra doing at the White Stone Palace before the sun had even risen? So, what was she doing there? Stella insisted. Calm down. I was getting to that, Diana spoke quickly. We don't have much time until today's tournament starts, so I will be brief. Cassandra felt like the tournament only focusing on making a single pill wasn't enough, so she had come to the Redclaws to request a restructure of the tournament. Stella narrowed her eyes. She wouldn't suggest anything that wouldn't give her an advantage. To think she would go this far just to try and get an edge over me. You see, that's where she messed up, Diana smirked. Her grand idea was that after everyone had made a body-strengthening pill, the best 10 participants would have a chance to compete against one another by making another pill. But that wouldn't work. Stella furrowed her brows. The whole reason this tournament was cut down to making one pill was that the Redclaws struggled to get their hands on enough ingredients for other recipes. Diana nodded. Exactly, so when the Redclaw Grand Elder explained that to her, she suggested that part of alchemy was the ability to source ingredients, and therefore in the final round, the participants should create the best pill they can with their own ingredients. Ashlock couldn't believe Cassandra's arrogance. It was likely their fault that the Redclaws could not source anything more than the bare minimum needed for a single round that involved creating pills. Actually, to be fair, that is sort of the Redclaws' fault for being considered a lesser family that's easy to bully, Ashlock mused. So, in a twisted way, Cassandra isn't wrong, but to stroll into the White Stone Palace and say that to the Grand Elder's face is crazy. Stella crossed her arms and frowned. Other than the new Mind Fortress pill, we don't have the ingredients for anything else. Why are you smiling like that? Diana's spatial ring flashed, and she brought out a beautiful pink flower and 2 glass bottles. One filled with a green dew and the other with sparkling water. These are the ingredients required to make the heavenly purification pill. Diana explained, this pill detoxifies the body of spiritual toxins or foreign energies that may have infiltrated a cultivator's body, purifying their chi and ensuring smoother cultivation. It's a tier 2 pill, apparently. Stella took the petal and 2 bottles from Diana, and these ingredients are? That is a celestial peony petal, Diana said, pointing at the pink petal, and then the green liquid is heavenly bamboo essence, while the water is a diluted 9-tailed fox's tear. Stella looked at the items in her hand and frowned. I don't get it. How did you get these ingredients? And what should I do with them? Well, the Grand Elder was going to deny Cassandra's request of adding another round where we use our own ingredients, But then Elder Margaret stepped in and told him to accept it only if they provided the ingredients of the pill they planned to create in the new final round. Diana gestured to Ashlock. I later found out this was due to Elder Margaret's belief that Ashlock would be able to grow perfect version of the ingredients, letting you get an easy win over Cassandra. Stella turned to Ashlock and asked through telepathy, can you grow these? The celestial peony petal is from a flower, so yes, I can grow that, and I believe bamboo is considered a flower, so that should be fine. But the tears are out of my capabilities. Ashlock answered truthfully. Okay, Tree says he can make the flower in the bamboo, but not the fox tears, Stella said. Did they say how many pills this bottle of tears was good for? Diana shrugged as she summoned a parchment from her spatial ring. Elder Margaret gave this to me. Apparently, it's the recipe for the pill. Stella scanned the parchment and then whistled, quite the complex pill. Say, Diana, will a break exist between the round where we create the body strengthening pill and the final round where I must make this pill so I can practice? Diana shook her head, not that I know of. The recipe says this volume of tears should be good for 10 pills. Stella looked up from the parchment at Diana. How long until the tournament starts? Around an hour. But we should be going there now to set up. That should be long enough. Stella didn't waste a moment as she created a portal and vanished into the cavern below. Ashlock brought up his blooming root flower production menu and was glad to see both the celestial peony petal and heavenly bamboo added to his growing list of potential flowers to grow. His vision blurred as he followed Stella down into the cavern. She was busy frantically trying to learn the new pill, so Ashlock left her be and got to work designating 2 farming plots just above her head on the higher level to grow the 2 new flowers. With a wave of power and chi flowing from his almost overflowing star core, the chi flowing grass wilted away and was replaced with shoots of bone-white bamboo in one plot and peony flowers in the other. As with everything he made, they were perfect. Devoid of any impurities and ready to be harvested as ingredients. Stella's eyes widened as she reached down and picked up the pill she had just created. It was the Tier 2 Heavenly Purification pill in all its golden glory. The thing looked like an almost translucent nugget of gold and had a soft hue despite the cavern's darkness. I did it! Stella gasped. This was her 9th try and was the first successful attempt. Even with the pill recipe provided by Elder Margaret, it had been Stella's first time trying to make a Tier 2 pill. Other than the 3 ingredients provided by the Sky Wrens, the recipe also needed chi flowing grass and dragon marrow, which Stella had plenty of due to Tree's past efforts. With exhaustion, Stella placed the heavenly purification pill next to the glass bottle containing a single droplet of the fox tears. This is going to be tough, Stella muttered, only a single droplet of 9-tailed fox tears left, and I have only managed to make one of the pills so far. I might actually mess up and lose to Cassandra at this rate. The plan already had so many moving parts that Stella had struggled to keep track, and now she had the stress of needing to beat Cassandra Skyrend in the final round with a pill she had only produced a single time out of 9 tries mere moments before the tournament began. Focus up, Stella, this is for Tree and the others. Stella tried to hype herself up but was startled by a hand tapping her shoulder. You didn't even notice me sneaking up on you, Diana said, you're too distracted. Stella sighed as she touched her beating heart. Phew, you scared me. Diana tutted, you need to calm down and try to relax your mind. Maybe take another one of those Mind Fortress pills. I already took 3, just give me a moment to rest, and I'll be fine. Stella waved Diana off. Stella, the tournament technically started a minute ago, Diana said impatiently, we need to leave right now. I just created 9 pills in a row while learning a new recipe that was sprung upon me last moment, and now I don't even get a second to catch my breath. These people all think too highly of me. Curse you, Elder Margaret, and your faith in me. Okay, Stella fumbled as she tried to collect all the needed ingredients. Besides the fox tears, she had manically harvested from the farms over the last hour as she didn't have time to purify the ingredients while learning to combine 5 different things into the intended pill, so she had a nice pile of celestial peony petals, chi flowing grass and full bottles of dragon marrow and heavenly bamboo essence. Patriarch, can we get a portal to the venue? We won't make it in time if we walk. Diana yelled at the ceiling. Stella felt a wave of spatial chi as a portal manifested, followed by some reassuring words from Ash. You will do fine. All those ingredients besides the fox tears are near perfect, so relax and focus on passing the first round. Thank you, Tree, Stella said aloud before walking through the portal alongside Diana, who was reaching up to fasten a white wooden mask to her face. There was a pop in Stella's ears as she stepped through. I'm going to meet up with the others, Diana said the moment the floral scent of the cavern vanished and was replaced with the stench of the city. Good luck. I'll be rooting for you. Stella nodded with a smile behind her cloth mask and watched Diana vanish into a cloud of mist. Oh shit, I'm running late, aren't I? Stella glanced around at the grand square and saw the line of people trying to enter was far smaller than yesterday, and the crowds around the market stalls were small. Everyone was likely inside already. Although using techniques within a city was considered against the rules, Stella snapped open a portal that took her right to the front of the queue. She ignored the hollers of the mortals behind her and strode in. Rosalind, the same short red-claw woman from yesterday, called out to her, "The first round of today's main event is about to start. Quickly follow me." Stella wasted no time, and the two speedily walked through a long straight corridor lit by glowing stones built into the walls. The sound of their shoes echoing on the tiles was soon drowned out by a deafening roar of excitement from up ahead. "You can do this, Stella." "No, you are Rosalind right now." An arrogant cultivator hired by the Redclaw and Silver Spire family with the sole purpose of humiliating Cassandra and carrying out the plan. The Redclaw woman paused at the end of the tunnel and turned to smile at her. The sunlight cascading down the tunnel and reaching Stella's feet illuminated the woman's face, and she could see the vast sandy pit with people standing beside tables beyond the corridor's end. "This is as far as I can go," the woman gave a slight bow. "You can pick whichever table is still free." Stella nodded in appreciation and strode past her. The moment she emerged from the tunnel and out into the open, the crowd's roar was far louder than she had expected, and the sheer energy of the place was bewildering. "How am I supposed to perform alchemy in these conditions?" Stella grumbled as she glanced around, trying to find an empty table. To her surprise, it was harder to find one than she thought. The place was packed with alchemists. She walked past dozens of tables, all occupied by people of various ages and cultivation levels. Are there really none free? Stella wondered as she started feeling awkward, having to walk around trying to find a vacant workstation. "Rosalind, over here." A voice called out to her. It was hard to tell who it was over the crowd's excitement, but her eyes narrowed as she walked toward it and saw an empty table. Right next to Roderick Terraforge and Cassandra Skyrend. Roderick was the one who had called out to her, and he seemed eager to point out the empty table beside him. Stella spread out her spiritual sight but still failed to locate a spare table, so she reluctantly strode up to the table with all the fake confidence she could muster and stood beside it with her back straight. "Sleep in." Roderick snorted, "Or were you too busy sucking up to the Silver Spire family to remember to show up on time?" Stella was about to retort but held her tongue. She didn't remember Roderick being this talkative before, and his comments were such nonsense that they made her think less of him. What's his goal here? Is he hoping to throw me off my concentration with snide remarks? Stella glared at him and then returned her sights to the workbench before her. It was a simple wooden desk with a small black metal cauldron perched on top. Besides it was bundles of chi-flowing grass, starlight lotus, and a pot of dragon marrow. All the ingredients needed for the body-strengthening pill. Wait, what are these markings? Looking closer, Stella saw random words etched into the table's wood and other drawings. At first, she thought it might be a secret message, but she couldn't understand it. "Tree, do you know what these scribbles and words are?" Stella asked mentally. "They aren't runes. Are they a secret message? I won't be accused of cheating because of them, right?" "Stella, these tables were taken from the Academy's classrooms. They are just the result of bored students leaving their mark on the tables. There's no hidden meaning behind them." "Huh? Really?" Stella tilted her head in confusion. Why would they be bored? Can't they just leave and do something more interesting? That's not how school works. Ashlock chuckled. They have to sit in a classroom and listen to a teacher talk about a subject for hours. They aren't allowed to leave no matter how boring it is. That's just torture. Why would anyone do that? Stella didn't even care that Roderick was trying to taunt her or the crowd's roar. This information was so unsettling it helped her regain her focus. Just breathe. Everything will be fine. Stella tilted her head and looked at Cassandra. Seeing the living, breathing woman that was the embodiment of pride and arrogance look back at her with such sinister confidence made Stella wonder one thing. Does she know this is her last day alive? Can she feel it in the winds of change that her death draws near? I almost can't wait to finally see that smug grin buried in the sand. Everyone, welcome to the first alchemy tournament of Darklight City. Stella was broken from her dark thoughts as she glanced up at a hastily constructed wooden platform on one side of the Colosseum. Backdropped by many levels of cheering people that seemed to stretch all the way to the clear blue sky was Elder Brent. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back as he used his chi to empower his speech to reach everyone in this massive venue. The moment he spoke, the crowd began waving their arms and drumming their feet. If that wasn't distracting enough, the shouts were deafening. Stella couldn't even understand what they were all shouting, but she didn't care. Her focus was on Elder Brent's words. Elder Brent took in the atmosphere as he sagely looked around. It was hard to remember since Stella was basically his superior. But Elder Brent was a powerful cultivator and elder of one of the noble families, so he was like a living god to the rogue alchemists and mortals in the crowd. Ahem, I am honored by everyone's excitement. Elder Brent grinned and Stella could see the waves of his chi-empowered voice spreading out in all directions. Now before I explain the tournament rules, I believe it's only right I introduce everyone to the people behind today's event. Elder Brent gestured to a large section of the Colosseum stands that had been sectioned off opposite him. Stella followed his gaze and couldn't help but smile as she saw a large demonic tree proudly rooted into the stone seats of the Colosseum, shrouding the sectioned off area in the shade of its canopy. A fog began to swirl around the demonic tree, and under the thunderous cheers of the crowd, silhouettes of people lurking in the fog appeared. It is with great pleasure that I can introduce you to the Grand Elder of our Redcliffe family alongside the event's main sponsor, Riker Silverspire. Elder Brent announced with gusto, hyping the crowd into a standing applause. Stella held back a laugh as she saw the Grand Elder emerge from the fog and stand proudly beside a very confused-looking child. After a moment of the Grand Elder waving to the people in the crowd, a few more people emerged from the fog and stood at his flanks. They didn't get a formal introduction, but Stella recognized them as members of the Ashfallen sect. Douglas, Diana, and even Elaine stood there with masks obscuring their faces. Who are those people? Cassandra muttered under her breath as she squinted at the masked people. Stella grinned. You will be finding out sooner than you might think. Chapter 160, Pill Assessment. Stella ignored Cassandra's questioning of the masked people and glanced around the hyped-up Colosseum. The atmosphere was ecstatic to the point that she began to fear that the giant stone building would collapse. Eventually, the crowd's cheers calmed down and Elder Brent continued explaining the tournament's rules. Now that I have finished the introductions, I believe it's time to explain what will happen today. His chi-empowered voice made it sound like he spoke straight into her ear. Yesterday, there was a preliminary round whose goal was to weed out the fakes from the adept. Therefore, standing before you today are certified alchemists with some capabilities. Stella looked around and saw. Many of the rogue alchemists had grins on their faces as they waved to the crowd. Meanwhile, all the nobles she could spot had blank expressions as if this bored them. She couldn't blame them as she felt much the same way. If not for Cassandra paying off the examiners to try and fail her, the preliminary round would have been easy, and this was just another step to the final that truly mattered. Elder Brent continued, today will consist of 2 rounds. The first will last 20 minutes, during which the participants will be expected to create a mortal-grade body-strengthening pill. Examiners will then go around and give each pill a score from 1 to 100 based on a strict set of criteria. The 10 people with the highest scores will then participate in the final round where they can create any pill within their capabilities with their own ingredients. The moment he finished the explanation, there was a sudden roar from the crowd that helped to drown out the outbreak of discussion between the alchemists. Stella listened in, and it seemed many rogue alchemists had come without any ingredients and were shouting out about how unfair it was. Elder Brent raised his hand to calm the crowd. Fear not. Those without any ingredients can create a second body-strengthening pill. Elder Brent smiled, but as we all know, part of being an alchemist is your ability to source ingredients. Stella smirked behind her mask at Elder Brent's words as she saw Cassandra's eye twitch slightly. Cassandra was clearly annoyed at having her words repeated by someone from a lesser family. Elder Brent then spread his arms and put a lot of chi into his voice as he shouted to the heavens, "You all have 20 minutes. Begin." Stella spun around and eyed her workbench. "Okay, 20 minutes should be plenty of time. I can produce a body-strengthening pill within 10 minutes if I concentrate hard enough and everything goes right." Stella reached forward and picked up the chi-flowing grass. Full of impurities, this is definitely an ingredient that the Red Claws sourced rather than one grown by tree. Wait, isn't this enough to make 2 pills? Maybe if I work fast enough, I can make 2 and give the best one to be scored by the examiner? Stella shook her head. The drumming of feet and shouting from the thousands of mortals around her made it hard to concentrate on anything more than her inner thoughts. Turning her attention to the small metal cauldron, Stella frowned behind her mask. She had never used a real cauldron, as she had always used Ash's weird fruit cauldron that made performing alchemy far easier. Focus on that later. For now, I need to remove the impurities from these ingredients. Stella closed her eyes and was about to begin the process when she felt a blast of lightning chi right beside her, followed by thunderclaps that made her hair and clothes rustle. Glancing to the side, Stella saw Cassandra lording over her workbench. The giant woman had a bundle of chi-flowing grass floating between her fingers as she blasted it with lightning, making burnt impurities rain and be carried away by a gust of wind into Stella's face. "Oh, this bitch." Stella gritted her teeth as her star core pulsed. If Cassandra could do something like this, then why couldn't she? Both Roderick and Cassandra were briefly stunned by the sudden pressure. Now surrounding Stella was a field of distorted spatial chi that stopped the impurities from reaching her and helped reduce the terrible noise. Was it a massive waste of the chi she had cultivated over the past few weeks? Absolutely. Did she care? Not in the slightest. It was the Red Claw's fault for squeezing so many workbenches so close together. Cassandra was broken from her concentration and glared at her, but Stella just returned a shrug and got back to work. Time was ticking, and she had already wasted a minute on nonsense. Holding the bundle of chi-flowing grass in her hand, Stella activated the spatial plane, and the world around her became outlined in grids. Focusing on the grass, she identified tiny gaps where she could thread her chi into the bundle of grass just like she had many times before. Once inside, she directed her spatial chi through shifting pathways and was astonished at the sheer volume of impurities within the grass. Unlike the chi-flowing grass produced by tree, which had clear pathways except for the occasional speck of impurity floating around, this grass's pathways were clogged up with impurities to the point it was blocking her chi from progressing any further. How had this chi-flowing grass even absorbed any chi at all with pathways this blocked up? I can only thank the heavens that I am in the star core realm and have saved up a lot of chi for today. Otherwise, I would be running low on chi from removing these impurities. I wonder how someone like Cassandra even plans to have enough chi left over to create that tier 2 pill later. Actually, I know how. I bet she already has purified ingredients, so all she has to do is spend chi on combining the ingredients. How smart. The bundle of chi-flowing grass became the stage for a great battle between Stella and the impurities. Thousands of tiny portals barely the width of a single hair snapped open and closed to bring the impurities outside. It was clear to Stella that spatial chi wasn't the most efficient when removing impurities in both time and chi, but she didn't care. She would win anyways. Phew, Stella wiped the sweat from her brow as she set the near-perfect chi-flowing grass on the table. Up next was the dragon marrow. Quickly glancing to the side, she saw Cassandra had already started purifying the dragon marrow, while Roderick Terraforge didn't even seem to have started purifying anything. Instead, he was busy looking around for something. Stella was curious, so she followed his gaze and saw Dante Voidmind, Celeste Starweaver, and Kainazir Crest a few tables away. All 3 of them had finished purifying the bone marrow and had moved on to the final ingredient, the Starlight Lotus. She had no idea why Roderick was looking at them and wasn't focusing on purifying the ingredients, but to be fair, she was also getting distracted. Ugh, it's impossible to focus. I miss my nice and peaceful cavern surrounded by quiet darkness and a pleasant floral scent. How can anyone perform alchemy under the scorching sun while having thousands of people screaming at you and working with such crappy ingredients? Stella's brain was a clouded mess. She had been highly stressed for days as she oscillated between brute force learning alchemy without a teacher, participating in high society social events, and planning out how to start a civil war that had the chance to backfire and lead to the annihilation of the Ashfallen sect and the death of Tree. She was exhausted, but she had to perform. Feeling frustrated, she grabbed the jar containing the dragon marrow. To her surprise, it was far better quality than the chi flowing grass, so purifying it only took a few minutes. 15 minutes remain. Elder Brent called out, and Stella felt her hands shaking slightly as she reached for the starlight lotus. The chi flowing grass had been riddled with impurities, while the dragon marrow had been quite good quality. How would the starlight lotus fare in comparison? It sat in a small bowl of water, and from a glance, Stella could tell it was relatively low grade because the coloring was off. The lotus had a dull gray pigment rather than the majestic blue of the starlight lotus that grew on the side of the monolith back at Red Vine Peak. Picking it up confirmed Stella's suspicions. It was even worse quality than the chi flowing grass, to the point it was half dead. Stella couldn't help but glare up at Elder Brent and silently curse his 9 generations for being so useless at sourcing high-quality ingredients. She understood this was supposed to be a test, and the ability to purify impurities was part of that, but this was just torture. Time passed quickly as Stella wrestled the half-dead thing back to life. 10 minutes remain. Elder Brent's words made Stella grumble as she set the now purified starlight lotus on the workbench. It had taken her half the provided time to get a set of ingredients she was happy with. Nearly all 3 were as close to perfect as she could justify. If only they had given us a full day so I could thoroughly purify them. Alas, with these ingredients, I think the best I could make is a low-grade tier 2 pill. Stella bit her lip behind her mask as she turned to the metal cauldron that dominated the workbench. A part of her had been putting this off because it would verify if her alchemy skills were really her own or just a result of being able to use Tree's cauldron and perfect ingredients. Without further delay, as time was running out, Stella carefully placed half of the ingredients she had purified into the cauldron. It was only as she looked at the ingredients still on the workbench beside the cauldron that she suddenly realized she was an idiot. There had been no need to waste time purifying all the provided ingredients. TSK, Stella clicked her tongue as she placed her 2 hands over the cauldron and closed her eyes. Once again, the spatial plane appeared in her mind as she bathed the cauldron in her soul flame. Calming her breathing and focusing, Stella manipulated her soul fire as if they were ghostly hands to bring the ingredients together in a way she had done many times. First, Stella had to mold the dragon marrow into a flat disc. She then layered the chi flowing grass in an intricate pattern that was decorated with starlight lotus petals. Over and over, she completed this pattern all while keeping her soul fire under control and making sure not to accidentally push some impurities from her soul flame into the ingredients and degrade the pill. Okay, looking good, just need to do the final layer, and then I should have a near-perfect pill to be graded. 5 minutes remain. Elder Brent's chi-empowered voice bypassed her spatial chi field, briefly distracting Stella long enough for her to notice something shrouded in foreign chi was running toward her at high speed. Her eyes snapped open only to face a grinning Roderick Terraford shrouded in earth chi barreling at her. Stella dodged to the side to avoid him, but her eyes widened when she realized his true objective had never been to hit her. Stop! Stella called out as she tried to redirect the brute with a portal, but he easily smashed through it by flaring his earth chi. She then tried to reach forward and pull him back from smashing into her table, but a tiny lightning bolt smacked her hand from grabbing his robe in time. There was a loud crash, and everyone was broken from their concentration as they turned to see the scene of Roderick Terraford's lying flat on top of the workbench and cauldron. The table was snapped in half, the cauldron shattered into pieces, and her almost formed pill was ruined. Stella stood there, unsure what to even make of the situation. It was unbelievable that they would cheat this blatantly to the point of attacking her. Was this really how the higher families acted while attending an event of a lesser family? Did they simply have no respect or care for consequences? Elder Brent leapt down from the raised platform and arrived beside her in a flash of crimson fire. I saw what happened, so there's no need for excuses. Roderick Terraford slowly stood to his full height, brushed off the sand and bits of ingredients and looked down at Elder Brent with that same shit-eating grin. Whatever do you mean, Elder Brent? I got too lost in my pill making and tripped on my own foot. It's not my fault Rosalind was in the path of my unfortunate tumble. There was a wave of boos from the crowd, and it was only now that Stella realized that the Colosseum had actually gone relatively quiet with everyone, including the rogue alchemists that should have been busy making their pills curiously looking her way. Elder Brent raised a brow. What pill making? You didn't even bother to purify a single ingredient. Roderick awkwardly scratched the back of his neck. Well, you see, I'm a rather novice alchemist, so it was all rather overwhelming. Your lack of skills does not give you a reason to meddle with another participant. Elder Brent snorted. You are hereby disqualified and banned from all future alchemy tournaments hosted by us. There was a round of cheers from the mortal audience, and the rogue alchemists surrounding them exchanged nervous glances. From their murmurs, Stella picked up that they couldn't believe a Redclaw would speak to a Terraforge in such a way. But she didn't care about that as she ground her teeth in silent rage behind her mask. Roderick's dismissive attitude to demolishing her efforts and Cassandra's casual involvement in the incident infuriated her. Did they have no shame? Elder Brent and Stella exchanged a glance, and it was clear what they were both thinking. Cassandra would normally also be disqualified, but as per the plan, she needed to make it to the finals. Roderick raised his hands, his grin never leaving. Okay, I accept my disqualification. Carry on with your little tournament. Elder Brent seemed content to let the troublemaker leave, but Stella wasn't. Hold on a minute. Roderick, Cassandra, and Elder Brent shot her questioning gazes. Why should I? Roderick sneered. Because if you leave so soon, I can't slit your throat. Stella held back her true feelings and said the first thing that came to mind. I believe what he did to me was done with nefarious intentions on behalf of someone else, Stella said loud and clear so everyone could hear her. Therefore, I suggest he is detained so the Redclaw family may question his affiliation after the tournament has concluded. The reason for his imprisonment was unimportant. All Stella wanted was to stop Roderick from leaving before she was done with humiliating Cassandra. Stella, this isn't part of the plan, Ashlock spoke within her mind. Nor was Roderick ruining my progress. It's not my fault he's dug his own grave, Stella retorted mentally. You wanted a civil war, and I just thought of a way to get another family involved. Okay, I trust you. Just calm down and think carefully about what you are doing. Are you sure about this? Stella let out a breath and settled down a little. However, the second she looked back up and saw Roderick's face, she couldn't hold back. I have carefully considered and analyzed the situation and concluded that without a doubt, I want to stab his fucking face. Ashlock chuckled. I see. Well, I will handle this for you. Is that a good idea? Absolutely, just blame it on the Silver Spires. That's what we sacrificed some of our profits for. Roderick seemed to find Stella's words deeply amusing as he strode toward her. Oh. You want to detain me? A descendant of the Terraforge family? I would love to see if you have the audacity. Stella smiled behind her mask as she felt a ripple of spatial chi spread throughout the area under the sand. A moment later, a large portal manifested behind Roderick. The man turned to look behind with wide eyes. What the? Before he could finish his sentence, the giant black wooden arm of Titus emerged from the portal and grabbed Roderick. Roderick tried to struggle and fight back but was powerless against the star core ant that effortlessly dragged him away. The portal snapped closed, sending a gust of wind that picked up the sand from the arena floor, making everyone squint. Everything happened so fast that even Stella might have second-guessed herself without a prior warning. But as the dust cleared, it was obvious that Roderick Terraforge was gone. What was that? Cassandra shouted at Elder Brent. The man seemed clueless, so he gave Stella an odd look. Stella shrugged, hired security by the Silver Spires. They knew some arrogant nobles would think they could mess around and cheat, so they took countermeasures. But that seemed rather excessive even for the Silver Spires. Cassandra's brows furrowed as she looked up at Riker Silver Spire standing under the shade of the demonic tree. Stella didn't care for Cassandra as she went to look at the state of her purified ingredients. To her relief, the spares left on the side of the workbench had survived the fall and were just nestled in the sand. Picking them up, She walked over to Roderick's hardly used workbench and set herself up. Elder Brent, there are still a few minutes until the end of the test, right? Elder Brent nodded. Due to the disturbance, I will add a few minutes as the test should have technically finished. Are you fine with that? Stella nodded, so the elder returned to the platform and announced, test resumes. You all have 5 minutes left. Only 5 minutes? Stella cursed as she scrambled to the cauldron. She had 5 minutes to create a body-strengthening pill that would put her in the top 10 out of all the applicants left. Throwing all the ingredients in, she repeated the steps from earlier, just faster this time. The pattern of the chi-flowing grass was a little wonky, and the starlight lotus petals were sometimes placed a little too high or low, but Stella pressed on. There was no time to humor her innate desire for perfection. This was a rushed job. Time's up. Elder Brent shouted right as Stella folded the dragon marrow into a ball shape and blasted it with her soul fire. It was done. Resisting the urge to collapse on the ground and nap, Stella fished the pill from the cauldron and inspected it. Shit, I don't know much about grading pills, but this is worse than my first attempt at alchemy with the twins and Elder Margit. So it should be a mortal grade pill at best. Stella looked to the side and saw Cassandra eyeing her completed pill, and she was grinning. That's not a good sign. Stella didn't have much time to wonder about her fate as the sandy arena became flooded with examiners holding parchments. They meticulously made their way through the participants, inspecting pills and cross-checking with one another to make sure multiple examiners reached a common consensus on a person's performance. Mortal grade pill, score 32. Failed pill, score 0. Mortal grade pill, score 56. Failed. Stella's heart pounded as she watched the examiners draw closer while keeping her ears peeled. She hadn't heard anyone get a score above 60 by the time a young man from the Redclaw family arrived before Cassandra. Cassandra Skyrend, please show your freshly created pill, he said while holding out his empty palm. Cassandra proudly handed over a pill that looked like a glass ball with twinkling stars and dashes of green within. The Redclaw man's eyes widened as he looked between his parchment and the pill multiple times. While the man was perplexed, 2 more examiners showed up, and they also seemed marveled by the pill. After a while of intense discussions, they landed on a number. Spirit grade pill, score 89. Cassandra took the pill back from the examiner and smirked at Stella. Rosalind, please show me your freshly created pill, the Redclaw man asked, and Stella reluctantly handed over her pill. There was a tense moment as the 3 examiners eyed her pill. However, to her surprise, they seemed almost equally impressed by her performance, and after a few moments of discussion, they reached a verdict. Chapter 161, 7 Ingredients. Ashlock snapped the portal closed and watched as Titus stood at his full height out in the wilderness. In his cupped hands far above the ground was Roderick Terraforge, trapped within twisting black wood coated in 5th stage star core chi. There's no way Roderick can escape Titus, and even if he could, he wouldn't make it back to the tournament in time to meddle with anything. Ashlock almost felt bad when he heard shouts from within the wooden prison. After taking a while to make sure Roderick really did have no way to break free, Ashlock's vision blurred as he returned to the Colosseum. It seems that I missed the end of the round, Ashlock mused while observing the flood of examiners dashing between the workbenches and noting down scores. On their parchments were diagrams and a list of things to look for to determine the quality of a body-strengthening pill. Elder Margaret had drafted the list and handed it out earlier so that all the examiners could give accurate grades, regardless of their alchemy knowledge. Of course, one person's judgment wasn't enough, so multiple examiners had to agree upon the same score. While this did make the scores accurate, it made grading slow. While the event had taken 20 minutes, it took just as long to grade everyone. But the crowd seemed to love hearing the examiners shouting out scores, and whenever someone got a very high or low score, the crowd would either cheer or boo. Ashlock was actually rather impressed with the tournament the Redclaws had managed to throw together over the course of a month with little help from him and limited resources. His gaze drifted to those standing under the shade of the demonic tree he had left there all those weeks ago. Ever since he got the Progeny Dominion skill, he had left at least one offspring near every landmark in Darklight City. However, he was yet to use the Progeny Dominion as he didn't want his presence to be too obvious until it was time to carry out the grand plan. So, for now, he was using Eye of the Tree God to watch the tournament from above, and he had opened the portal via roots he had buried under the arena sand. Standing around the tree were his sect members, including Elaine. Due to Diana's mist that shrouded them and the Grand Elder exerting his presence on the area, there would be no way for anyone to detect her void chi. The only risk was if someone recognized her despite the mask and black hooded cloak she was wearing to hide her features. Seeing how proud the Grand Elder looked as he surveyed the ecstatic arena, Ashlock could only reminisce about how far they had come together. It's already been a few months since that fateful day that Stella forced the Red Claws to sign an oath to me, Ashlock mused. I remember when I promised the person who contributed the most to setting up the tournament a reward, but I already gave them all my truffles and access to the mystic realm. Ashlock wondered if he should sign in for some low-grade items and give them as rewards instead. Would they even want his shitty items over his amazing cultivation? Resources? Spirit Grade Pill, score 89. Ashlock had been lost in his thoughts, but such a high number being called out by an examiner drew his attention. To his surprise, the examiners gathered around Stella had engaged in an intense discussion. Did Cassandra get 89? Ashlock asked Stella through the telepathic link, and he saw her shoulders sag a little. Yes, she did. If that Terraforge bastard hadn't gone and ruined my work, I would have created a better pill than her. Stella replied. It was rather funny hearing how angry she sounded in her mind while she stood there motionless before the examiners while they debated about her pill. I see. Did you hear anyone else get a score near 89? I think the highest I heard was 58 from one of the rogue alchemists. That's very high. From what I've gathered, I think 70 is the cutoff point for spirit grade, so 58 from a rogue alchemist is impressive. Stella said, however, I don't think the examiners have asked to see the other nobles' pills yet. They are the ones I am worried about. Why would you be worried? Look how excited the examiners are for your pill. What score do you think you will get? Anything above a 90 would be great. Stella paused, but I believe that's unrealistic given that I made the pill in a rush. So maybe 80-something? Ashlock was about to reassure Stella that everything would be fine, but the examiners had reached a consensus, so he stayed quiet and waited for their verdict. The young Redclaw man turned to face Stella with a smile alongside the two others. He cleared his throat. Ahem, Rosalind, we have deemed this pill as per the guidelines to be a spirit-grade pill. Ashlock cheered as that likely secured her a spot in the top 10. He then saw Stella clench her hands as the Redclaw man continued after rechecking his notes with a score of 78. Elder Brent, you bastard. Stella screamed in her mind, why did he only give me 5 more minutes? Is he blind? Stupid. Did he not see what Roderick did? This is so unfair. If only he gave me 10 minutes, I could have gotten 100 points and spat in Cassandra's smug face. Stella, calm down. Look at Cassandra's expression right now. Ashlock pointed out and saw the blank-faced yet mentally raging Stella turn to look at Cassandra, who was frowning rather than smirking despite getting a higher score. She may have gotten the higher score, but you still made a spirit-grade pill within 5 minutes even after she got her accomplice supposedly detained by the Silver Spires. Ashlock chuckled at Cassandra's worried look. I bet she decided it would have all been worth it if you ended up with a mortal-grade pill and didn't make it into the top 10. Therefore winning her the bet. But you did it. You beat the odds. Stella unclenched her hand, turned away from Cassandra, and stared blankly at the demonic tree. But I lost. How can you twist it and say I won? You may have lost the battle, but the war is far from over. Ashlock explained, there is still one battlefield left. The only one that truly matters. The finals will begin soon. As Ashlock finished his words, he saw Elder Brent make his way onto the wooden platform and begin to read from a parchment in his hands. I will now present the scores of the top 10, starting from the bottom. Ashlock realized he had missed hearing the other nobles' scores while talking to Stella. I wonder where she will place. A score of 78 should still be rather high. Elder Brent paused for dramatic effect and then began to read up the list. Spots 10 to 8 are tied at 55 points. Congratulations, Tabitha, Dylan, and Ezra. Ashlock noted the lack of a noble name, so these 3 were likely rogue cultivators or people undercover like Stella with her Rosalind persona. 7th spot goes to Elena with 56. Sixth spot with 58 points goes to Marcus. Elder Brent's gaze then drifted to the middle of the area where the nobles mostly were. The fifth spot goes to Rosalind with a spirit grade pill at 78 points. The crowd roared with praises, but Stella looked far from happy. Stella, you got 5th place after learning alchemy for a single week, and I am sure you might have even won if you had been given more time. Put your chin up. You did fantastic. But Cassandra got higher. It's not fair. Stella grumbled. Ashlock sighed, life's not fair, Stella. Let Cassandra experience this final moment of victory, as I'm sure she will think the world is far more unfair than yours when there's a void tendril through her heart as she draws her final breath. Stella's eyes widened a little from his words. Next up is Cain Azure Crest with a spirit grade pill at 81 points. Elder Brent called out, drawing Ashlock's focus back to the tournament. It was hard to tell the Azure Crest teen's reaction to 4th place as he leaned against his workbench and hid his expression behind his long white and crimson hair. Despite his lacking presence, he stood out among the nobles even when beside Dante Voidmind and Celeste Starweaver. Not only did he have a dual affinity for fire and wind, which was one of the first dual affinities Ashlock had ever seen, but Cain also likely had a nocturne living inside him. If all that wasn't enough, the teen seemed to also be a rather talented alchemist able to make spirit-grade pills out of ingredients intended for a mortal-grade pill. Elder Brent continued once the cheers died down slightly. Now for the top 3, which happens to be between 3 very notorious noble families. Ashlock felt the energy from the crowd reach a new height as Elder Brent gestured to each of the nobles. How Skyrend, Voidmind, and Starweaver sent talented representatives, but which will come out on top? If Ashlock had to guess, it would be between Dante and Celeste. Their affinities were far too good at quickly purifying ingredients, so the winner will be decided by the one most capable of forming the pill. I think Dante might take the lead. He seems like a man who is way too arrogant to tolerate losing. Elder Brent was a rather good showman, as he even managed to get Ashlock a little excited about who got the highest score. However, it was clear the nobles were bored as they had likely already overheard each other's results, but they stood there silently and let Elder Brent continue his theatrics. In 3rd place is the ever-proud Cassandra Skyrend with a spirit grade pill at 89 points. Just one step below a profound grade pill. Better luck next time. Cassandra's eyes glowed briefly and tensed her arm but then relaxed. That little jab at her arrogance despite coming in 3rd must have rubbed her the wrong way. Next up is a surprising one. Elder Brent grinned. In 2nd place with a profound grade pill and 93 points is Dante Voidmind. Which means our victor is Celeste Starweaver at 95 points. The Colosseum erupted in a thunderous roar as everyone stood from their seats and clapped. Unlike the other nobles who stayed sullen, Celeste Starweaver waved to the crowd with a beaming smile. Ashlock was surprised Celeste had managed to pull out ahead of Dante Voidmind. She had seemed rather clueless in the preliminary round, where she failed the easy question and then blew a week's worth of chi on purifying an ingredient, but it seemed she also had some skill when it came to forming the pill. It's a shame Roderick ruined Stella's chance of being in the spotlight. Ashlock sighed. I wonder how Stella would have compared to these 3 if she had a fair chance. He still wanted to recruit one of these alchemists for the Ashfallen sect, but someone like Celeste Starweaver was part of a noble family, so bringing her on board was unlikely. Would he have to pick between the rogues that couldn't get a higher score than Stella when she had only 5 minutes to rush a pill? At that point, was there even a point to hiring them other than to be Stella's apprentice? If anything, this tournament gave Stella the motivation to learn alchemy. If I can't find anyone from the winners I want to hire, I can get the Redclaw twins to do everything with Elder Margaret's help. Ashlock felt that was a good compromise as the crowd settled down. Those not in the top 10, we appreciate your attendance but kindly ask you to vacate the arena, Elder Brent called out as the examiners began to politely nudge the rogues that had failed to make the cutout of the arena. Hundreds of alchemists of various ages and backgrounds were all funneled out of the few exits, and soon there was a very empty arena with 10 people standing a fair distance from one another. Without delay, we will begin the final round. Elder Brent gestured to the empty arena. You may go and pick any workbench you wish. Just make sure to space yourselves out so we can avoid another incident. Ashlock heard Stella click her tongue as she strode as far away from Cassandra as possible and began setting up her ingredients on a random workbench. Stella let out a breath and tried to calm down. Today had been too much for her. Far too much hatred, bloodlust, and exhaustion swirled around her mind in a constant war that overwhelmed her to the point that even 3 Mind Fortress pills had no hope of relaxing her mind. Stella's spatial ring dimmed as she finished retrieving her ingredients and placing them on the workbench. She had to admit there was some solace in not having to purify the ingredients. "Thank you, Tree," she said quietly in her mind. In a way, they were like a gift from him. What did you say?" Ashlock's presence entered her mind and his harrowing voice echoed within her consciousness. "I was distracted by trying to study everyone else's ingredients so I can try and grow them later." Stella shook her head. "It was nothing. Is everyone ready for the final round?" Elder Brent's chi-empowered voice boomed through the Colosseum. "Participants, you have 30 minutes to create any pill you please with your ingredients. There can only be one winner, so there's no room for mistakes." Stella rolled her eyes as she reached forward and tried to mentally remember the complicated recipe for the heavenly purification pill that she had only managed to make one of after 9 attempts earlier in the day. "You got this, Stella, just concentrate, and everything will be okay." She carefully placed all the ingredients in the cauldron and was about to begin forming the pill within her soul fire when Ashlock spoke in her mind. "I have bad news." "What is it?" Stella sighed. To the surprise of nobody, Cassandra has found another way to cheat. Stella furrowed her brows. "How?" "We can do practically anything we want in this final round, so how could she cheat?" "Well, to be fair, she hasn't exactly cheated, but she lied through her teeth. Remember when Elder Margaret approved this final round because Cassandra agreed to provide them with a copy of the ingredients she planned to use to make her pill?" "Yes." Stella didn't like where this was going. "How many ingredients do you have?" Stella glanced between the chi-flowing grass, dragon marrow, celestial peony petal, heavenly bamboo essence, and a single droplet of a 9-tailed fox's tear. "I have all 5 needed for the pill right here." Stella grumbled. "So what's the problem?" "Well, if I am counting correctly, Cassandra has 7 ingredients instead of only 5 and she put them all in the cauldron." Stella's eyes widened as she shouted in her mind. "Wait, that means she has the recipe and ingredients for a profound grade pill. I will go and question Elder Margaret, but it would seem Cassandra is going to try and make a superior version of the heavenly purification pill as the ingredients are the same except the extra 2. Does she even have the skills to create a profound grade pill?" Stella asked. "It might be a desperation play after seeing you create a spirit grade pill in 5 minutes despite her best efforts to sabotage you," Ashlock mused. "So it might be a last-ditch effort on her part, but if she succeeds and manages to create this pill..." Stella looked at her ingredients and bit her lip. She only had enough fox tears for a single attempt, but if she managed to make the pill absolutely perfect on the first try, there was still a chance she could win. "Tree, you said this was my final battle." Stella glanced at the sky with the fire of passion in her eyes, "The one to win the war." "That I did. Ever since I was a little girl, it's been you and me against the world, Tree." Stella grinned behind her mask as she glanced back down and lit the cauldron with her soul fire. "And I can't remember a single darn time we ever lost. If the heavens can't strike me down, what does the Skyrend family have on me? I believe in you, Stella. Go make the best heavenly purification pill the world has ever seen. If anyone can do it, you can." With a smile, Stella set out to accomplish the impossible. She had one shot, one opportunity to get a final win against Cassandra Skyrend before she drew her last breath on the sand beneath her feet. Chapter 162, Newfound Confidence. Ashlock looked around the Colosseum from high above and found Elder Margaret standing under the demonic tree's shade. She was calmly watching the proceeds of the finals with her arms crossed and tapping her foot. It seemed she was a rather impatient and fidgety person. "Sorry, Elder Margaret, but this needs to be done," Ashlock murmured as he reactivated abyssal whispers and targeted her consciousness. So long as she remained within the range of his roots, he could reinstate the telepathic connection anytime. His only other options for communication would have been using telekinesis to write on the ground or utilize his soul flames, but due to sharing the spatial affinity with Stella, he didn't want to give Cassandra any ammo to use to accuse Stella of cheating. So that left him with one option. Elder Margaret abruptly winced and clutched her head, earning her a confused over-shoulder look from the Redclaw Grand Elder. "Everything all right?" the Grand Elder murmured through half-closed lips. He never fully looked back as he tried to avoid drawing attention to Elder Margaret's strange behavior, as he was entirely out of the fog and exposed to the thousands of mortals. Whereas Elder Margaret was a few steps behind and partially obscured. While Elder Margaret summoned a Mind Fortress pill to her hand and gulped it down, Diana calmly answered the Grand Elder's question. She is receiving a mental projection from the immortal. The fog carried Diana's voice to ensure nobody outside the demonic tree's shade could listen to their conversation. "The immortal," the Grand Elder murmured as his eyes widened a little. "What does the Patriarch need of Elder Margaret?" Elder Margaret straightened up and tried to act like nothing had happened. "I will find out shortly. Just give me a moment." Ashlock found it a little funny how they seemed to forget he could see and hear everything that occurred within many miles so long. As he focused on the area, "Patriarch, how may I be of service?" Elder Margaret asked through the telepathic link. "I have been observing the tournament, and I couldn't happen but notice that Cassandra is creating a pill with 7 ingredients, whereas Stella was only provided with 5, Ashlock replied. Elder Margaret's eyes snapped open and she searched until her gaze landed on Cassandra. There was a long pause as Elder Margaret examined the cauldron's contents with her spiritual sight. "You're right. Cassandra seems to be creating the spiritual enhancement pill from the ingredients she's using," Elder Margaret mentally replied. "Although she isn't cheating, this goes against our agreement. Do you want me to disqualify her and explain the reason privately? There's no need to waste time and breath on a dead woman. All I care for is further establishing the Redclaws as a powerhouse for alchemy, so I need Stella to beat Cassandra in her Rosalind persona," Ashlock explained. "Not to mention, if Stella won because we disqualified Cassandra, she would be furious. The immortal is infinitely wise. What action do you require me to take?" Elder Margaret asked, and that was a good question. What did Ashlock want from Elder Margaret? "I want to know, does Stella have a chance of winning? How does her pill recipe compare to Cassandra's?" Elder Margaret tapped her chin as she glanced over to Stella, who was hard at work trying to make the best heavenly purification pill she could. If a pill's ingredients are purified and created to perfection, it's possible to start with a mortal tier pill recipe like the body strengthening pill and increase its potency by multiple tiers. However, it's easier to start with a simple mortal tier recipe and perfect it to spirit tier than to follow a spirit tier pill recipe from the start due to the escalating complexity that comes from more ingredients. "I know little regarding the art of alchemy as it has evolved a lot over my time," Ashlock lied. "But why would you want such a complex recipe with so many ingredients when you can use a lower tier recipe and increase its potency?" "Because it's the ingredients that provide the pill with its effect. Therefore, the more ingredients carefully crafted into a single pill, the more powerful the pill's effect will be," Elder Margaret patiently explained. "I believe Cassandra has a 50-50 chance of creating a low-quality profound tier pill because she managed to create a body-strengthening pill with spirit tier potency." "I see, but what happens if Cassandra manages to create the profound tier pill? How can Stella compete with her spirit tier pill recipe?" Elder Margaret sighed. "Stella must create a near-perfect heavenly purification pill to be graded the same as a profound tier pill. How many ingredients does she have left? She only has a single 9-tailed fox's tear droplet left. That's bad news. Anything can go wrong during the pill-making process, and a single slip-up will cause her to lose." Elder Margaret frowned. "I'm not liking her odds here." "I see. I appreciate your input on the matter, and I might be back later if another matter arises," Ashlock said as he withdrew his Abyssal Whispers skill and tried to find solutions. There was a chance Stella wouldn't even need his help. Cassandra could fail to follow the more complex profound tier recipe. However, if she succeeded and the created pill was also of good quality, then Stella's lower tier recipe wouldn't be able to stand a chance even if the pill were of perfect quality. Ashlock left Elder Margaret to discuss their situation with the Grand Elder as his vision focused on Cain Azir Crest. His reason? The teen was still busy inspecting and preparing his ingredients, and he intended to try and analyzed them to grow any of the flowers himself. In the corner of his vision, he had the blooming root flower production menu open, and he was trying to see if he could add the plants just by looking at them. Still grayed out, Ashlock grumbled, how annoying. He could see a white flower on Kane's workbench, and an outline of it showed up in his menu, but when he tried to click it, his system told him that he hadn't thoroughly analyzed the flower. Ashlock had found the best way to analyze a plant quickly was to have it brought to him and placed near his trunk. He had done this for the Blaze Serpent Rose and the Dreamweaver orchids. But he knew for a fact he could still have his system analyze plants he had never had near his trunk before, because when he had first learned the skill, there were already flowers like the Serene Mist Camellia, which grew in the forest between him and Darklight City. Kane picked up the white flower and began blasting it with fire chi. Ashlock saw impurities falling out of the flower as soot. A minute passed, and the moment Kane placed the now purified white flower onto his workbench, Ashlock saw a flash of color in his menu. Moonlight Calla Lily. Ashlock compared the picture in his menu to the plant on the workbench and confirmed they matched. So I can add flowers by looking at them so long as they have been fully purified. Then how did I add the Serene Mist Camellia? Ashlock grumbled, but now wasn't the time for useless thoughts. He had many ingredients to steal. Stella felt sweat trickle down her forehead as she leaned over the cauldron filled with her soul fire. Bathed in the purple light of her flames was a beautiful golden nugget, much like the one she had made earlier in the day on her 9th attempt. She felt incredibly focused, as if the world around her had slowed to a crawl. In this zen-like state, all she could hear was the blood flowing past her ears and her steady breathing. The chaotic world around her was white noise, and her vision was entirely tunneled on the pill. The recipe was at the forefront of her consciousness as she effortlessly followed its complex instructions. Every ingredient had to be added at certain times and in particular ways, to the point that the pill was a work of art. Her right hand moved away from the cauldron's edge and carefully reached for the glass bottle containing the final 9-tailed fox's tear droplet. Grasping it firmly to ensure she didn't drop it, she brought it over and popped off the cap with her thumb. Tilting the bottle, she saw the glowing blue liquid wobble on the bottle neck's rim. Stella let out a long breath, a single movement, and the last droplet would fall, sealing her fate. Tilting the bottle, Stella watched as the droplet plummeted into her soul fire and splashed onto the golden nugget, making it pulse with power. Please be perfect, Stella whispered. All she could do now was wait with bated breaths as the pill greedily absorbed the essence of the tear and morphed into its final form. A heart-racing moment passed, and everything settled. Stella withdrew her soul flame and peered into the depths of the now dark metal cauldron. All that was left in the bottom was a single golden pill. Reaching in, she retrieved it with a slightly shaking hand, and as she held the pill between her fingers, she snapped out of her focused trance, and the world hit her in full force. The crowd's cheers were so loud it felt like the ground was shaking, and as her tunneled vision on the pill expanded to encompass her entire spiritual sight, she felt briefly disorientated. Stella. 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 Huh? Stella replied absent-mindedly as she shook her head. Tree. What's the matter? You seemed about to faint for a second. There. I was worried for you. Stella blinked as the lingering sensation of the trance wore off. Can someone in the Starcore realm even faint if they still have chi in their body? I have no idea. How do you feel? Ashlock asked. You were zoned out and swaying side to side. I feel fine. I don't know what came over me, but I was incredibly focused. Stella replied. Strange. What do you think caused it? No idea. Maybe a lack of sleep. Stella sighed as she looked down and realized she was still holding her freshly made pill. It smelled amazing, and she couldn't see a single defect from a simple glance. It was perfect. There was a moment of pure relief. Tree. I did it, the perfect pill. Elder Margit tried to appraise it from range, and she agrees, Ashlock replied after a pause. It should be in the profound tier. Stella set the pill down on her workbench in a little wooden bowl and frowned. The brief euphoria from completing the task had subsided, and now all she felt was worry. It's not good enough, Stella muttered as she stared at the pill. Why not? Ashlock asked, but Stella didn't have a good answer. She wasn't sure why, but she was confident the pill was inferior. It was as if a small voice at the back of her mind was trying to warn her of an impending challenge to her rule and that such a weak pill wasn't enough. Rule. Stella furrowed her brows. What nonsense was she thinking? Since when did she have a throne or place to protect? However, the feeling of an imminent threat only grew as time passed. Something deep inside was screaming at her to act in any way possible to get ahead of the competition. It was an almost primal feeling that was bubbling deep within her being. What is wrong with me? Stella slurred as her head felt heavy, and she looked down at her hands. They were covered in blood. Stella stumbled back in shock as she tried to shake the blood off, but it clung tight to her tiny hands. They were so small as if belonging to a child. She glanced around and realized she was back home at the Red Vine Pavilion. White walls topped with black wood and covered in red vines that had lived only in her memory were back, and her point of view was lower than she remembered. The roaring crowds and burning sun were gone. It was night, and the stars were out. A cold breeze carrying the scent of death blew by. Stella shivered as she frantically looked around. All around her were bodies littering the lush purple grass she hadn't seen in years. Some corpses were cleanly decapitated, their heads lying to the side. Others had holes through the heart with shocking accuracy. Stella felt a sudden weight. Looking down, she noticed a familiar black dagger she had made from the sticks Ash had gifted her in her blood-soaked hands. Twirling around on her heel, she was relieved to see Tree was still there, just far smaller than he was now. Ash, is that you? Stella asked, but then remembered that back in these days, Tree couldn't talk. She circled him for a while in confusion, but nothing happened. Is this a dream? Stella questioned aloud as she set out to wander the deathly silent pavilion hoping to find a way out. Hello, anyone here? The moment she stepped out of the familiar central courtyard where she had spent most of her childhood under the tree's shade, the rest of the pavilion was a fractured mess. Pieces of wall floated by as she stared down into an abyss. What the? All that seemed stable was the cobblestone pathway that led to the next courtyard. Stella apprehensively placed her foot on the path as she had nowhere else to go, and the moment her foot touched it, she re-entered that trance-like state and everything slowed down. Everything sped up with every step she took as the fragmented world began to fill in the gaps, including the abyss below. The floating wall pieces set into place and rock surged up from below to fill in the void. Alongside the world returning to normal, so did the details concerning the night of slaughter. It was as if she was piecing together her mind by walking through the pavilion. This memory, like many others, had always been fragmented. Stella could recall small snippets of the night, but considering how traumatic killing hundreds of people should have been at the tender age of 13, she hadn't suffered any issues as she simply couldn't remember what had transpired. She had chalked up her fragmented memory to the fact it had happened a long time ago or that she had been so overcome with rage that she lost her sense of reasoning. But now as the memory returned to her while she walked the corpse-flanked paths of her old home, she realized that upon discovering the murder plot against her, that had been the first time she had entered a trance, and her body had moved to protect her domain. The fight between her and the hired cultivators posing as servants had always been a blur, but now that she recalled the whole battle, she realized there was no logical reason for her to win against such stacked odds unless somebody challenged her throne. Stella snapped out of her trance when she realized she had circled back around and now stood in the central courtyard before Ash. Below his rustling scarlet leaves, illuminated by the twinkling stars and soft moonlight, was her throne. The wooden bench she had laid on while telling Ash her woes and where he had gifted her the earrings she still wore to this day. It was also where a servant had almost murdered her. Perhaps throne was the wrong word. To Stella, the bench under Ash's inviting canopy was a sanctuary. It was the one place she felt safe and wanted to protect at all costs. Stella began walking toward the bench as if it were calling out to her, but with every step, memories flashed through her mind. The first was surprisingly Larry, the oversized spider saying in his gruff voice, "Mistress, your bloodline may still be dormant for a good reason. The blood of a ruler takes longer to bloom." As if a gong went off in her mind, Stella re-experienced her life as an observer. It all went by so fast. She saw herself as a little girl being told by the family's head maid that her father had passed away. One day the maid vanished and the peak became infested by these gray-robed servants from the Reborn family. Feelings of loneliness and despair led Stella to take refuge under the demonic tree. She felt like the whole world was out to get her, but then the earrings appeared. They were gifted to her by Ash, and upon putting them on, they gave her true power for the first time. Stella saw a tiny ghostly version of herself appear on the bench, gazing up at the tree's canopy while swinging her legs. Tree, I did it. I didn't lose a single round, and by the end, they were calling me Demonis. Stella crestfallen. The ghostly form of a servant then walked into view. Miss, would you like some tea? Sure. Bring some for my friend here as well. The ghost of Stella said while patting Ashlock's bark. I was so sweet and innocent, Stella thought as she saw the pure happiness in her former self. Where did that version of me go? The scene then shifted to her past self standing over the cold corpse of the servant with a vacant look in her eyes and a bloody dagger. Her first betrayal, Stella now remembered this moment well. From here on, she'd closed her heart to others and avoided society. However, the scene shifted again and Stella saw her ghost training with Diana, the first person who had entered her life since that day. Is that the best you can do? Diana's ghost asked while casually lowering her sword. Stella remembered this moment. It was the first time she had felt an emotion that still followed her to this day, jealousy. And it was this jealousy that drove her to improve constantly. She tried to become the best in every way. At first, she had thought this drive was to please Ash, but it went deeper than that. As memories passed, Stella saw her ghost going through a constant cycle of feeling inadequate and then striving to improve. Stella watched as her past self comprehended the ancient runic language so she could speak to Tree while Diana slacked off. She then trained day and night after having her life threatened by Tristan Evergreen. She learned runic formations after the arrival of Douglas, and, more recently, she learned alchemy because she felt inadequate within the sect. Before she knew it, she was standing right before the bench. The ghostly form of her past self vanished, and she was left alone in this weird dream. Is this my bloodline? Stella clenched her hands, the uncanny ability to always improve. Or is this just the start? She didn't feel any different, no demonic transformation or sudden power-up. Was Larry truly right in saying it would take a long time for her bloodline to manifest? Actually, looking back, it has been alongside me my entire life, and my rate of improvement has only grown. Stella clenched her fist as she looked at the bench, her throne. She went to sit on it, but it vanished, leaving her to tumble forward headfirst into Ash. She reached out to catch herself, but rather than the rough wooden surface of Ash, her hands landed on a flat wooden workbench. Stella blinked as the crowd's roar hit her ears, and she felt the scorching sun on her neck. A small smile appeared on her lips. I am not yet worthy to sit on my throne as I have not yet finished defending it. Stella, I have bad news, Ashlock said. I already know. Stella grinned behind her mask. Cassandra managed to make the profound tear pill. Yes. How did you know? Wait, that doesn't matter. We only have a few minutes left. Ashlock quickly explained. What do you want to do? Stella felt the zen-like trance slowly overtaking her mind, filling her with confidence. Just give me the recipe and ingredients for a profound tear pill, and I will make a better one, Stella said in her mind as she straightened her back and looked to the sky. Stella, you only learned how to make a spirit tear pill this morning after 9 attempts. What makes you think you can make a profound tear pill in a single go? Call it a newfound confidence. Stella smiled. If there's a chance to learn, who's to say I cannot succeed? That's fair, Ashlock said, and then there was a long pause. I am growing the necessary flowers right now. How many times do I need to repeat the recipe for you to memorize it? Just the once is fine, Stella said as she entered her trance-like state, and the world became white noise. As expected of my daughter. Ashlock laughed in her mind. You never were one to back down from a challenge. Chapter 163, Spiritual Nullification. Ashlock watched the Colosseum from high above. Tensions were high as the final round was nearing the end, and the majority of the participants had completed their pill and stood idly next to their workbenches while watching their competition. Dante Voidmind and Celeste Starweaver had already completed profound tear pills, and Cain Azurcrest was on his way to joining them. But Ashlock didn't care for them. His focus was on Cassandra Skyrend, and it wasn't looking good. Her pill seemed almost done with no signs of a significant setback that could cause it to fail at the last hurdle. Stella was going too. Lose. There was still time to hatch a plan and make a comeback, but the girl appeared zoned out as if she were in a trance. He tried calling out to her many times, but something was blocking his abyssal whisper skill from reaching her. Her eyes were vacant and unfocused on the Colosseum wall before her, and her expression was blank. He wasn't sure what had suddenly overcome Stella. Since the final round started, she had been acting weird and unresponsive. Had someone poisoned her? Was she possessed? Stella. Are you there? Ashlock shouted through their telepathic link, but there was no response. He was about to ask the Grand Elder to pause the tournament and check up on Stella when there was a sudden roar from the crowd. Oh no, Ashlock panicked as he glanced to the other side of the Colosseum and saw Cassandra Skyrend holding a beautiful pill in her hand that radiated majesty. Even if it weren't perfect, it was most certainly a fully formed pill of the profound tier. Cassandra Skyrend has successfully created a pill in the profound tier, Elder Brent announced, and the crowd went ballistic. How the pill compared to Dante and Celeste's wouldn't become apparent until the examiners carried out a closer inspection, but to the average spectator, the fact cultivators from 3 rival powerful families had created pills that could compete with one another made them excited to see who could come out on top. Meanwhile, Ashlock was worried as all eyes turned to Stella, including Cassandra's, as she was one of the only ones still working. Stella. Ashlock kept shouting into her mind, and then as if someone had smacked her on the back of the head, she tumbled forward and caught herself on the desk. Ashlock felt the weird barrier that had sealed Stella's mind from his abyssal whisper skill vanish, and he could exert his presence into her consciousness. He shouted her name a few more times, and eventually, she responded. While she looked around the Colosseum a little dazed, he tried to explain that Cassandra had already created the profound tier pill, but she somehow already knew. Had she been conscious while in that trance? After asking what she wanted to do about it, he was somewhat surprised that she calmly agreed to try and make a profound tier pill while thousands of eyes were glued to her every movement. Since when was my daughter this confident? Ashlock wondered and was genuinely baffled as she calmly stood there, waiting for him to confirm if it was possible with Elder Margaret. Reinstating his connection to Elder Margaret, the woman winced as he asked, Stella wants to try and create a profound tier pill. Do you know any recipes? Well, what ingredients do you have access to? Elder Margaret replied, and Ashlock listed every ingredient Stella had on her table and all the ones he had managed to analyze with his system from the other nobles. From that list, I think the best one would be the profound tier spiritual nullification pill. It's popular among cultivators as it allows them to conceal their aura and appear like an average mortal. Elder Margaret massaged her temples. If I remember, the recipe goes something like this. Ashlock didn't have some godlike memory, and focusing on 2 conversations at once with abyssal whispers was tough. Luckily, Elder Margaret and Stella were both within his line of sight, so he relayed the recipe to Stella as Elder Margaret recited it since Stella claimed she only needed to hear it once. Within Stella's consciousness, Ashlock saw the recipe manifest as golden words on a ghostly parchment, at the forefront of her consciousness like a royal decree. It was bizarre to see an invisible quill writing down his words in real time, and he tried to ask Stella what was happening, but she was being unresponsive again. However, the moment he finished reciting the recipe, the parchment within Stella's mind flashed a brilliant gold and then dissipated into the darkness of her consciousness like golden snow. Tree, I am missing the celestial peony petal, dreamweaver orchids, 9-star soul grass, and moonlight calla lily. Straight to business, are we? Ashlock grumbled to himself before replying to Stella, I'll go and grow them right now. How do you want them delivered? As they were both spatial users, even with many people watching, there were various ways they could exchange items without anyone noticing, and even if they did, the final round allowed people to bring their own resources, so it wasn't as big of a deal. I will start making the pill now, Stella replied, so just create a small portal within the cauldron and pass me the flowers that way. It will look like I was summoning the flowers from my spatial ring. Okay, give me a moment, Ashlock said as his vision blurred, and he found himself back in the cavern under Red Vine Peak. He quickly opened his blooming root flower production menu, selected a few farm plots with chi-flowing grass growing, and told the system to replace them with the new plants. After depleting some of his chi reserves, his system's godlike power flooded the area. The chi-flowing grass wilted away to make way for a new batch of flowers and even a new type of grass, the 9-star soul grass, described to him as a rare herb that grows in the regions where 9 stars shine brightly. It cleanses the soul and spirit, bringing clarity and enlightenment. In fact, almost all of the ingredients used in the spiritual nullification pill helped cleanse the body. The heavenly bamboo essence has the property to cleanse and purify the body and spirit, while the celestial peony petal is also believed to have a high concentration of pure celestial energy that's beneficial for purification, Ashlock mused as he watched the new flowers and grass bloom from the soil at a supernatural speed. Then Stella will need to add the Dreamweaver orchids to give that illusion shroud that helps conceal the chi aura of a cultivator. What a useful little pill. Ashlock hadn't been terribly impressed with the pill recipes he had been shown previously, as they did nothing he couldn't accomplish with his own fruit and mushrooms. But this spiritual nullification pill has an actual effect that makes it worth creating, and other than the dragon marrow, it's made entirely from flowers and grass, which makes it an ideal pill for me as growing rare flowers is no issue. Ashlock waited another moment, and once the flowers were fully grown, he used telekinesis to pluck a few petals from the moonlight calla lily, celestial peony, and dreamweaver orchids. He also grabbed a bundle of freshly grown 9-star soul grass that glowed in a myriad of colors. In a moment like this, he could truly appreciate just how broken his production skills were. Just from looking at flowers on a workbench long enough, he had stolen them from the other contestants for free, even though they likely paid many spirit stones for them. Then he grew the flowers many miles away from the tournament within a minute in a cavern devoid of any sunlight, starlight, or even moonlight, which some of these flowers require. Not to mention they are completely devoid of any impurities, which is a lifesaver in this situation as Stella won't have time to remove the impurities from all these ingredients within the little time she has left. Ashlock sighed as he felt the weight of the situation. Yes, Cassandra would die, but he wanted the Rosalind persona to help sell pills to the merchants. And if she came almost last in the tournament, the merchants would brush her off as a nobody. That aside, Ashlock had to deliver these ingredients to Stella as soon as possible, so keeping the flowers and grass floating there with telekinesis, his vision blurred as he arrived back at the Colosseum. Stella, Ashlock said through their telepathic link, but he was locked out of her mind again. How does she do that? Abyssal Whispers is an A-rank mental attack skill, so how can she block me out? Ashlock wasn't sure what else to do, so he snuck a sliver of his spatial chi into the cauldron and opened a tiny portal. Stella didn't even flinch as her focus was entirely on the pill she was creating, but her spatial ring did flash with power to pretend she had the required flowers in there, and then she reached into the portal and pulled through the flowers and grass from the cavern and into the flames of her soul fire. 10 minutes remain. Elder Brent shouted, and the crowd began to drum their feet and cheer. A moment passed, and then a small pulse of fire chi spread throughout the Colosseum, and everyone turned to see Kane reach down into his cauldron and retrieve a blood-red pill. Another profound tear pill from one of the nobles. Elder Brent announced. Meanwhile, Kane Azir-Crest placed the pill in the wooden bowl on the workbench and closed his eyes as he leaned against the table. Ashlock wanted to know what the blood-red pill was, but he hadn't been able to analyze half of the ingredients used in making the pill as they weren't flowers but rather weird vials containing suspicious viscous liquids. Although many pills use flowers and other plants, there also seem to be pills that have hardly any in them. Ashlock grumbled, if I want to create any of those, getting the necessary ingredients is going to be a pain without a good relationship with the merchants, so I can only pray that Stella pulls through and attracts their attention. Diana had met with a group of merchants back at the Immortal Gourmet Pavilion, and they seemed somewhat interested in working together, but if word could spread that there was such a talented alchemist, they might take more of an interest when it came to buying her pills and then giving her good deals on ingredients. Stella felt her body fighting against her as she entered the final stage of creating her first ever profound tear pill. All she could hear was the blood rushing faster and faster past her ears, her body felt sickly with sweat, and something was squeezing her mind. But she didn't stop. Nothing short of collapsing on the spot would deprive her of this hard-earned victory. So much had led up to this very moment that to fail here would break her on a deeper level than was possible to recover from. Not to mention, her throne was at risk. Stella hadn't had time to contemplate the deeper meaning behind this mysterious trance-like state, but she knew this wasn't the first time she had entered it, nor would it be the last, and she planned to use it to its limit today to surpass the odds presented before her. It had taken her an hour and 9 grueling attempts to form a half-decent spirit tier pill with only 5 ingredients just a few hours prior, and now under the scrutiny of thousands of people, she would have to craft a profound tier pill first try with 8 ingredients and within a tight time limit. She had always been one to defeat the odds, but at what point did it become arrogance? Stella didn't know and didn't want to fail to find out. So long as she kept defeating the odds, who could call her arrogant for her confidence? Before her, bathed in her exhausted soulfire, was a mostly translucent pill apart from a milky white consistency that had appeared once she had added the 6th ingredient, the moonlight calla lily. And now for the 8th, Stella muttered as she reached forward. Her hands were shaking slightly from a mixture of stress and fatigue. She felt ready to collapse there and then, and only sheer willpower was keeping her standing. Why does using my bloodline tire me out so fast? Is it due to the complexity of the task? The time I have spent on it? Or have I not yet bloomed into a true ruler like Larry suggested? Useless thoughts aside, Stella carefully plucked a petal from the Dreamweaver orchids and carefully wrapped it around the translucent milky pill. Inserting some chi directly into the petal made it melt into the pill as if it were greedily absorbing the offering, and the milky substance sloshing around in the pill took on a purple luster which immediately faded. Stella frowned behind her mask at the now utterly translucent pill. It was so see-through that it felt like she was holding a pocket of air in her fingers. Had she messed it up somehow? Why did it look so strange? Fear began to grip her heart. Had she really messed up at the final hurdle? The moment she removed the pill from the cauldron, she felt the pressure on her mind vanish alongside a sudden burst of golden flakes at the edge of her consciousness. Like the last few times, the world hit her in full force as the trance shattered and she emerged from her focused state. Just in time, our final contestant Rosalind appears to have completed her pill. Elder Brent announced, and Stella stumbled back from the workbench as she saw everyone looking at her with excitement. They were all standing from their seats and cheering while waving their arms wildly. Stella just wanted to crawl into a hole and hide. This level of attention, coupled with her absolute exhaustion, making even standing difficult, was the last thing she needed right now. Had she succeeded or failed? Could nobody tell her? And it's in the profound tier. We officially have 5 people that managed to create profound tier pills. Elder Brent's chi-empowered words reverberating through the Colosseum didn't feel real to Stella. Had she really done it? Such an impossible feat. You did it. Stella Ashlock's presence entered her mind. I don't know how. But you really did it. Stella looked down at the pocket of air she was seemingly holding. It was so empty, yet it meant so much to her. Weeks of slaving away in the cavern to learn alchemy was finally paying off. Thank you, Tree, but without you, I wouldn't have done it, nor would I even be here. Stella smiled behind her mask. For the first time ever, she felt on par or above the other scions and members of noble houses. They had received so much more education and care while growing up that she felt like she was always playing catch-up. But now she was here, standing beside them as an equal. Stella looked up and glanced around at the faces of the nobles littering the Colosseum. Dante seemed indifferent to her achievement, Cain had closed his eyes, and Celeste seemed lost in thought and was staring into space. They might not care for her or even see her as a threat. But it was all worth it for Cassandra's stare of utter disbelief. The pure confusion on her face was revitalizing, and Stella felt her back straightening a little with pride and strength returning to her weary body. An examiner clad in the gray robes of the academy then came up with a wooden bowl. Please place your pill in here so we may take it to be appraised. Stella absent-mindedly complied and placed her pocket of air that was most definitely a pill in the wooden bowl. The examiner, who was a rather pretty woman with sky-blue hair, gave Stella a reassuring smile as she wrote on a parchment in her hand, a spiritual nullification pill, one of the most sought-after profound tier pills. Good choice. Thanks. Stella wasn't sure what to say as the examiner left with her bowl and walked through a tunnel alongside other examiners carrying the other people's freshly made pills. Elder Brent surveyed the Colosseum from his podium with his arms behind his back and explained, as all 5 nobles created profound tier pills, they will be scrutinized and graded by a hired expert. This expert will not be informed about who made each pill to avoid bias. His gaze shifted to the rogue alchemists in the finals. All 5 of you performed admirably, but as none of you managed to produce a profound tear pill this round, there is no need to stick around. To Stella's surprise, none of the rogues seemed particularly annoyed or angry. They just exchanged glances with one another and light smiles. Did they expect to lose? Stella asked Ash, why do they have such calm attitudes? It was mentioned in the invite that the top rogues would be offered jobs under the Red Claws if they so wished to take them. Ashlock replied, we need grunt worker alchemists to mass produce the more simple pills that we can easily sell. They can handle that part of the business and maybe even help train up some of the Red Claw family. Stella hummed in understanding and patiently awaited beside her workbench for the results. Only the 5 nobles remained now, with all the rogues gone. Time passed by excruciatingly slowly, and Stella had her eyes glued on the dark passageway that must lead deeper into the Colosseum where the pills were currently being graded. After a few minutes, she really started to feel the fatigue of using that weird trance setting in, and right as she was about to either sit down or lean against a wall to cultivate some chi, she saw movement within the dark passage. Is it finally here? Stella wondered as a bearded man emerged with a parchment. He easily jumped up a few feet, handed the parchment to Elder Brent mid-air, and landed gracefully back on the sand, earning him a roar from the crowd. The bearded man chuckled and wandered off back down the passageway without a care in the world. Elder Brent seemed slightly baffled by the display but regained his professional composure. Ahem, it appears the list of pill grades has been delivered. In 5th place is... There was a pause, and then Elder Brent furrowed his brows as he seemed to reread the list a few times. Eventually, he glanced up over the parchment and did a sweeping gaze at all the nobles present. He didn't seem to be looking for anyone in particular, but Stella disliked how his gaze lingered on her for longer than the others before he returned to the parchment with the same confused look. Please, not me. Stella tensed as Elder Brent cleared his throat. Chapter 164, Descendant of a Fake God. Let's start that again. I was rather confused why they gave me a list of pills rather than names. Elder Brent chuckled. Anyway, in 5th place, we have the Blood Essence Revitalization Pill. Everyone glanced at Kainazir Crest, and he returned a nod to everyone and went back to looking at the floor. Phew, I wasn't last. Stella sighed in relief as she tried to ignore the roaring crowd for her own sanity. Next up in 4th place was the Cosmic Alignment Pill. Elder Brent peered over the parchment, and Stella followed his gaze to Celeste Starweaver. She seemed genuinely baffled to have come in 4th and shot both Stella and Cassandra a look of suspicion. Okay, I made it into the top 3. I'm unlikely to beat Dante Voidmind, but I have to defeat Cassandra. Stella felt her heart racing as she exchanged a glare with Cassandra. The giant woman seemed thoroughly annoyed that it had come down to this as her eyes pulsed a chaotic blue. Elder Brent paused for a dramatic effect that was not appreciated by Stella's exhausted legs before he read the words that would seal Stella's fate in this tournament. In 3rd place. Although Elder Brent obscured the parchment from spiritual sight with his chi aura, Ashlock could see the list over his shoulder with Eye of the Tree God. However, despite knowing the results, he stayed quiet and let Stella have her moment. In 3rd place is the Spiritual Enhancement Pill, Elder Brent announced, and the crowd roared as Stella stood there in shock. Her eyes were wide as she slowly turned to look at Cassandra, who had stumbled back and caught herself on the workbench with a look of pure disbelief. Eventually, Cassandra gathered herself and shouted to Elder Brent, I demand the pills get a second opinion. Mine were flawless. What makes hers better than mine? Well, according to the notes here, your pill had some impurities, Elder Brent calmly explained, likely due to inferior ingredients or an inability to remove all the impurities before creation. Inferior inability? Cassandra Skyrend gritted her teeth as her eyes furiously glowed. Top alchemists purchased those ingredients, and I purified them to perfection. So what if a few impurities were left? It's impossible to grow perfect ingredients devoid of any defects. Stella crossed her arms and tilted her head at Cassandra as if she were a fool. Didn't you know sourcing ingredients is an alchemist's job? There's a limit, Rosalind. Cassandra shouted as she strode over to Stella, you can only cheat so blatantly up to a point. I watched how effortlessly and quickly you made that pill. Unless you are the reincarnation of an alchemy god and have access to ingredients from a higher realm, I do not see how your pill could be better. Cassandra paused just before Stella, but the blonde girl was entirely unbothered. Just admit you cheated, Cassandra demanded, or tell the examiners to get a second opinion. Ashlock quickly reminded Stella, stick to the plan. Now would be a good time to start planting the seeds of doubt in Dante's mind. Stella gave a slight nod before she sneered and pulsed her star core, which sent Cassandra stumbling back. Maybe I do have connections to someone in a higher realm. In fact, it may be one that Dante Voidmind is familiar with. Isn't that right, Dante? Ashlock found it rather amusing that to the spectators, they could see the noble's lips moving but had no idea what they were saying as they carried out their conversation through chi. Cassandra shot a questioning glare at Dante. Who is this person? Dante seemed equally puzzled. Good question. No, Rosalind, I do not know of this person. My family is cursed. Would a perfectly smooth rock perhaps jolt your memory? Stella asked. Dante's eyes widened a little, the void rippled, and he reappeared an inch from Stella. How much do you know? He questioned while looming over her. Stella shrugged. Everything. Tell me, Dante began, but a burst of fire appeared between them and the Redclaw Grand Elder cut him off. Please wait for the end of the tournament to finish this discussion, the Grand Elder said while flexing his cultivation. It wouldn't do well to ruin the young Silver Spire's opinion of you, Dante. TSK, Dante clicked his tongue and stepped back. He waved Cassandra's questions off and returned to his workbench, but his abyssal gaze never left Stella for a single moment. How was that tree? Stella asked through the mental link. Better than expected, Ashlock answered honestly. You are really good at getting under these nobles' skin. Thank you, Stella grinned behind her mask at Dante's irate gaze, which only annoyed him more. Be careful, though, I will try to keep my senses ready to make a portal for you at a moment's notice, but he can silence you at the snap of a finger, Ashlock warned. Good point, Stella replied and stopped taunting the Voidmind Scion by looking elsewhere. Ashlock didn't think Dante would murder Stella because he would want to know what she knew about the head librarian ascending to the next realm of creation, but it was best to be cautious. Having broken up the situation, the Redclaw Grand Elder vanished again in a burst of crimson flames and reappeared under the shade of the demonic tree, partially obscured by Diana's haunted mist. The Grand Elder then gave a nod to Elder Brent, and the showman coughed awkwardly and then continued. In second place is the spiritual nullification pill, which means the champion of the tournament is Dante Voidmind with the void traversal pill. While the crowd became crazy with excitement, none of the nobles seemed interested in who won as they were engaged in a three-way staring contest. Cassandra seemed unsure of who to be more mad at. Dante had his eyes dead set on Stella, and Stella taunted both of them with a cheeky smile behind her mask. Dante Voidmind, as the victor, please come up on the stage and give the crowd a speech. Elder Brent effortlessly lied. Elder Brent would have called for the top three to give speeches if Dante somehow came second or third. The goal was simple: give Dante a platform to declare his invasion. Dante slowly tore his irate gaze from Stella, and with a snap of his fingers, he reappeared on the wooden stage. The black-haired ghoulish man seemed to contemplate what to say for a while as the crowd died down to a respectful level to hear the words of a noble family scion. Tree, is it time for the plan? Stella asked through their mental link. Ashlock gazed into the dense fog swirling around the demonic tree and could see the very faint outline of Larry's silhouette. Seeing that everyone was in position, he believed it was indeed time. Yes, get ready, Ashlock replied. Dante brought out a crystal of pure darkness that had shadowy wisps evaporating from its surface. In truth, I care not for this pointless title granted upon me. Rather, I hope with the tournament's conclusion, I may say what I really came here for. Dante Voidmind said calmly, but his chi carried his voice to all who dare to listen. I speak today to the great citizens of this beautiful city and the other nobles in attendance. His gaze briefly lingered on Riker Silver Spire and the Grand Elder before continuing. By the power vested in me as the scion of House Voidmind, I declare from this moment that Darklight City will fall under Slimer, and ultimately my house's rule. Does House Redclaw accept this decision and agree to work with us to better this city? The Redclaw Grand Elder stepped forward from under the shade of the demonic tree, flanked by swirling mist, and with his hands behind his back, he replied, House Redclaw does not accept your forced servitude. I see, how unfortunate, Dante coldly said as he raised the void crystal, then consider this a formal declaration of war. Larry, now! Ashlock shouted. The fog surrounding the demonic tree was pushed out of the way by a sudden tidal wave of ash that tumbled down the stands and into the area straight toward Dante Voidmine. It moved with immense speed, destroying everything in its wake, including the workbenches and the wooden podium Elder Brent had been standing on. Luckily the man had escaped, and so had most of the rest of the nobles by using various techniques, but hitting Dante Voidmind had never been the goal. Cassandra's glowing blue eyes widened as she saw the tidal wave of ash cascade down the side of the stands and on top of her. She tried to call down lightning chi to move, but the veil of ash above her easily absorbed the lightning bolt that descended from the clear blue skies. Ha, it worked. Ashlock cheered. He had suspected that ash would be the perfect counter to lightning and the best way to trap Cassandra. It also acted as a way to obscure the following activities from the crowd of mortals and the other nobles like Cain and Celeste. While hiding within the canopy of the demonic tree, the circle of ash orbiting Larry's crown of horns began to speed up and the dense ash cloud began blanketing the arena to swirl like a forming tornado. The mortals in the stands began to scramble to leave and Ashlock made no move to stop them. So long as Cassandra Skyrend remained trapped, their plan would work. Ashlock then saw a large chunk of the ash cloud vanish as if deleted from existence by a sudden bubble of void. Dante Voidmind stood in the center of the now exposed area with the crystal far above his head. The ground around his feet looked like shifting tar, and 3 people in black cloaks slowly emerged from the darkness. All 3 of them were in the Starcore realm, and they all gave the Scion a short bow. "Young lord, what are your orders?" A woman with long black hair in a ponytail asked. "Elder Lillian, there is a blonde girl with black thorn tattoos somewhere nearby called Rosalind that knows about Uncle's whereabouts," Dante explained. "You must find her at all costs, and I need her alive." "As you wish, young lord," Lillian nodded and then frowned at the ash encircling them. "This will be a problem. My spiritual sense is blocked, and forcing my way through it with Void Step will rapidly drain my chi reserves. Do you have any idea where this girl could be?" Dante pointed in the direction Stella had been. "I last saw Rosalind over there, so start your search in that area. I will ask Father to grant you more time in the Void Chamber in compensation for your sacrificed Void Chi." "I would appreciate that, young lord." Lillian gave one last bow. "I will go and find this Rosalind person now." With those words, she vanished into the void. Dante then turned to a middle-aged man with a bald head and well-kept black beard. "Elder Elias, kill all Redclaws, including the Grand Elder. Meanwhile, Elder Lucian, please watch my back and kill anyone else who gets in our way while we observe from above and ensure nobody important escapes." "As you command," both replied, and Elder Elias vanished into the void. Dante and Elder Lucian hopped on swords and took to the skies before the ash cloud could finish encircling them and observed from above. Ashlock watched as the Starcore Voidmind elders reappeared within the ash by deleting a small amount around them and chuckled evilly as Larry slowly crawled down from the canopy of the demonic tree. "Have a good feast, but bring back their corpses." "Certainly, master," Larry replied and faded into the ash. "Guess it's time I also join the slaughter," Ashlock thought as he cast Progeny Dominion for the first time. His vision blurred, and he found himself far up in the sky above Darklight City. He was confused but noticed that many of the demonic trees, including the one in the Colosseum, were glowing as if asking to be selected. Ashlock picked the one in the Colosseum, and a system notification appeared in his vision. Progeny selected, initiating soul transfer. In the distance, his main body on Red Vine Peak trembled, and despite his point of view being so far away, he felt an invisible force tearing him apart from within. Soul fragmented, damage to soul mitigated. Suddenly he felt like a part of him was missing, just like when Tristan Evergreen stole a small percentage of his soul, but this time it was far more. Weirdly, he noticed his system menu in the corner of his vision flickering as if it were having connection issues. Was the system this tied to his soul? Ashlock then watched as the fragment of his soul, appearing as a glowing ball of spatial chi, was dragged through the fused root network down the mountain peak under the forest and streets of Darklight City and eventually shoved into the demonic tree in the Colosseum. Connection complete, time till sundown 5:37. When the system message appeared, Ashlock felt something drag him down from the sky at immense speed, and he watched the world blur as he plummeted toward the tree in the Colosseum. There was a ripple of power as his presence smashed into the demonic tree, and he felt his soul overtake the vessel. A moment later, He sensed his mind split between his main body and his offspring that he was temporarily overtaking. Looking within, he saw the offspring's infant soul now encompassed within his own much larger soul fragment, like a tiny egg. He felt waves of happiness coming from it. Does it think I am giving it a hug? Ashlock mused, but that wasn't important right now as he had identified his first target to attack. It wasn't Cain or Celeste who had retreated to the stands that were now half empty due to the fleeing mortals, but rather Theren Skyrend, who was floating above the enshrouded arena on a small wooden boat. His eyes glowed with immense power as he raised his arm. A great shadow loomed as the clear blue skies rapidly morphed into a violent storm. Lowering his hand like an executioner, a pure white lightning bolt arced down and blasted the ash cloud. It superheated a few meters in and then failed to penetrate deeper. Cassandra! Theren roared as he raised his hand again. Where are you? Ashlock activated Abyssal Whispers and targeted Theren. The giant man stumbled on his boat and managed to support himself against its mast as Ashlock forced his way into his consciousness and laughed. Would you like to meet her down there? Who are you? Theren bellowed as he clutched his head. Ashlock took a moment to activate Consuming Abyss and watched as a black lake of void chi spread out from the demonic tree he was inhabiting and snuck under the ash cloud below Theren. Tell me! Theren shouted to the skies. Who are you? The one the Red Claws fear, Ashlock laughed, Rosalind's father. Before Theren could respond, Ashlock commanded 100 void tendrils to shoot up through the ash and impale the Skyrend scion. Theren tried activating his lightning chi to teleport away, but Ashlock distracted him by saying, return to dust. Descendant of a fake god. The wooden ship exploded as the void tendrils effortlessly tore through its hull and impaled Theren Skyrend. Heretic! Was all Theren could gasp out as his head rolled back and his eyes dimmed. He then fell like a rock into the ash cloud below alongside a shower of splinters. Ashlock sneakily opened a portal on the floor to secure the corpse. Why, young master, what was that? Elder Lucian asked the Void Mind Scion, who stood beside him on a floating sword. Dante's eyes narrowed as he watched the hundreds of void tendrils retreat into the depths of the swirling ash. He's returned, Dante murmured. Uncle is really back.